1,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Tune in to Vern's On Deck Show 1 hour before first pitch. Plus, your chance to win Royals tickets during the pitch clock, following the game, or on your way home from the K. Listen to Vern's postgame show with sounds from the locker room, plus your calls and texts. Miss the show? It's available on demand with the All Things Vern channel on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Flu season is here. Get your flu shot today at your local Hy-Vee pharmacy. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment is necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. That's right, a 20-cent fuel saver. Get your flu shot when it's convenient for you. Schedule online or just stop by your Hy-Vee pharmacy. No appointment necessary. Help your family stay healthy. Get your flu shot and get a 20-cent fuel saver only at Hy-Vee. See store for details. Some restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
It's been 8 years since the Chiefs played the Giants in New York. You could say a lot has changed since then.
Damian Williams runs to immortality. Touchdown! Kansas City! McCall Hardman! The Lombardi Trophy has a red and gold reflection.
Chiefs, Giants. Sunday Night Football with pregame starting at 4. Kickoff at 7:20. All right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Rolling along. Tuesday. What's up, brothers?
What's up, brother?
It's your guys' day to shine. I just want to win, Jen.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Doubleheader Monday Night Football games last night. Not bad. Tampa Bay doing Baker Mayfield stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's hurt, and he gets up, immediately starts trash talking Stephen
awesome.
Gardner-Johnson. Gotta love that.
Cool.
I thought he was done after that, dude.
too.
The way that leg went like underneath like that, I'm like, oh my God, did we just lose Baker, a fourth quarterback on one day going down and out for an extended period of time? I was like, oh my God, not Baker.
Yeah, because there's a lot of quarterbacks got hurt last week.
I mean, we're talking a lot. Of
JJ,
10% of the NFL is out now from a quarterback standpoint.
those three. Those are it.
Yeah, I mean, those are three big ones too. I mean, those three teams, you lose your quarterback, forget about it. You might as well start looking towards, next season. And so when Baker went down, I'm like, oh no, like I feel like he's America's quarterback. Like everybody has their team, but like everybody roots for Baker, I feel like. And maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's just my perception because I root for Baker and I like him. And I feel like you guys root for Baker. And so you're in your little insulated bubble, right? Everybody's a Baker fan. But I do feel like he's America's quarterback. I feel like everybody knows he got screwed in Cleveland, and that makes people root for him even more, I think.
Yeah, I think that he's just one of maybe it's because I feel like everybody is like my age that like grew up watching like Baker, but he's just been one of those athletes that's kind of gone before my eyes, like through his whole entire career, like transferred from Texas Tech. Why? Well, there was this guy named Patrick Mahomes there,
right.
Goes to Oklahoma, wins a Heisman,
right.
Has his instances on the field with the whole KU game, but then you look at it and you're like, yeah, this Baker guy. It's like, well, technically, they told their fans and kids not to shake his hand or not acknowledge him and all that sort of stuff. So you can understand why that might make a hot-headed college kid a little bit upset.
Right.
Maybe you shouldn't have, grabbed the twig and berries on the sideline, but to each their own.
But I like that chutzpah, man. Like I do. I like that.
He backs it up.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's the other thing.
Won the Heisman.
Yeah.
Then he had the instance where he's like running from the police and like hit the guardrail or whatever it was. So you're like, oh, so he's one of these guys. He's like a frat boy athlete. And you're like, okay, well, then he gets drafted by the Browns. You're like, well, we've seen this before, but takes him to the playoffs.
Yep. Almost beats the Chiefs.
Right. And then has the stint in Carolina. Is that right? And then
Carolina,
and then the Rams
LA.
pick him up. And then he becomes Tampa's quarterback, and he's done okay for them. Was a sleeper MVP at the beginning of the year this year, and then was a kind of like, don't forget about having good season guy as well that isn't Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, Jackson, all these guys.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there's this Baker guy here too. And then last night, another fourth quarter comeback from behind, just he's grown, man. Like he used to just be this happy feet, I'm just going to be kind of like Ryan Fitzpatrick type, but younger and the new wave of it to where it's like, all right, we trust him to go out there in the fourth quarter and lead this team to a victory.
Yeah.
Did exactly that last night.
And he did. And his teammates love him, and they trust him, and they believe in him. And look, there's something to be said for that. Like, Tampa's not this flashy team that I think, everybody's going to be in love with. They're not going to put up 40 points per game or anything like that. But, boy, they're going to gut that thing out. And last night, as soon as Houston scored, they missed the 2-point conversion. You just felt like it was going to be a Tampa win. I mean, there was a lot of time left on the clock. I don't think defensive coordinators have evolved enough in the NFL, too. After watching last weekend and really watching, the end of the Monday night game, because we big JV football game last night, with tailgating and everything for that, which was unbelievable.
I wasn't against that.
No, I wasn't necessarily against it either. I was just like, holy crap, somebody's tailgating on a Monday night at a JV football game at the ODAC, man.
I sent you the text. I'm like, well, it is dinner time.
It is. Everybody was eating, something in the stands. I'm like, that's a hell of an idea. Except when I got out of the car, the one guy was raw dogging it. I'm like, okay, you don't need to just engulf the hot dog like that, dude. Like, this is you put a bun on that thing, it's okay. But
car watching, men's wieners.
He probably is at that point. But like watching that game last night and games over the weekend, like these defensive coordinators really need to make adjustments in how they call games. This prevent defense nonsense that people are going to right now, and we've said for generations it prevents a win, and they still go to it where they play this just back and back and back and let these guys kind of just matriculate this thing down the field. Field goal kickers can knock these things in from 65 yards now. Like, playing the prevent defense should be a fireable offense in the NFL. And with 2 minutes to go in that game last night, I thought Houston got loosey-goosey on the defensive side. Like, be aggressive, man. Go after. And they don't. They hung back, and then Baker runs for like 17 yards on 4th and 10 and picks it up because there's so much room underneath. And so I just don't understand why these coaches continually go back to that defense that just doesn't work, especially when you're only up 6 points.
Houston's problem last night is they kept shooting themselves in the foot. Like, it was just like every time they had some sort of play or like a sack, illegal hands to the face, or it was, a stuffed run on the, their own 10-yard line, getting, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pinned back towards the goal line. And then it was, defensive offsides on, whoever, Will Anderson Jr. But the Texans defense could use a little help from the Texans offense. And I think as we look at because that defense swarms, D'Amico's got himself a unit over there on the defensive side. But again, dummy-o plays, causing that team to stay on the field, and then their offense, and C.J. Stroud looks like he's lost something. It looks like he had a really good rookie year. Last year was decent, and then this year it's just kind of like something's not there. There's not a confidence in your throw. There's not, and again, doesn't have Tank Dell. Nico Collins getting double teamed. Everyone knows Nico Collins
traded his best offensive tackle. Those things happen.
So I mean, it's kind of different. But sometimes you need to be checked out. Or you need a reality check. I think that's how you can kind of segue into this Chiefs stuff, because yesterday, obviously, you get off work, or we get off work, and we get to experience the outside world. From a media perspective and what the narrative is of the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think the 0-2 thing, because I've seen a lot of people, and we talk about it in our Instagram videos. We do an MVP every Monday for the Chiefs game, and hard to find an MVP when you lose. But what I gave my MVP to was the fan base. And I know that we don't, we give the text line a hard time, we give the YouTube people a hard time, or whoever it may be. Most of the people yesterday, I think if you were to poll it, about 75% of people were still very optimistic, very open, because of the trust that the Chiefs have built. And we can all agree that this is a start to a Chiefs season under this reign that we're not used to seeing. And I think that also goes for the team itself, right? Travis Kelce is all over the internet. It's just this crying, screaming baby about, it's well, then stop doing it and just go do it. And, you see these plays, or you see how this team doesn't look like a Chiefs team before. But I mean, again, you're 0-2, and you look around the room, and you're okay, there's one team here that's kind of in the same field as us, and that's the Houston Texans. They've been a playoff team the last 2 years. They probably shouldn't be 0-2, but they are. How are they going to react? We're 0-2 with the Dolphins and the Saints and all these other teams that we're not supposed to be in the room with. How does that reality check affect your team? And you got to think it's got to be a positive, because you do have a very winnable game on Sunday night against the Giants. I think the Giants are a fighting team. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams play against each other. One should be significantly better than the other, but do we honestly know that? We'll find out when they kick the ball up, because 0-2 is one hell of a reality check for your team.
Well, 0-2 is 0-2, but it's an 0-2 that is going to get better, right? We're getting guys back. Xavier Worthy probably this week. Rashee Rice, we know, week 7. And then you look around the league and what happened yesterday, with Daniels going down for about a month. Joe Burrow's probably done for the year. You and I were doing the math 3 months,
middle of December. And where's your record at?
Yeah, exactly. Is it worth it coming back at that point in time? Joe Burrow, J.J. McCarthy now down for probably a couple of weeks as well. I mean, 10% of the quarterbacks now in the NFL, starting quarterbacks, are down for an extended period of time. And so there are teams that are 2-0 that have major losses already on their sideline. We're sitting at an 0-2 team, and we're going to be getting better as the season, as the weeks go along. And, the perspective is interesting, because out and about yesterday, nobody was panicked. I mean, I think and I was just doing an interview with our friends over at BetMGM this morning, and we were kind of talking about some of this stuff. I think you have your social media text line people who are all the time, and then you have people out in public who are just normal human beings that don't. I mean, it was a game and they move on, and it's okay, and they know Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and so I was talking to these folks at BetMGM. They're like, man, everybody's dancing on the grave of the Chiefs. I'm like, go for it, dance on that grave, because they're not dead, right? It's amazing the national perspective that you get when you talk to people who do what we do in a different market or do it nationally. Because the host even said to me, well, I mean, this is going to be different. The Chiefs need home field advantage to get to the Super Bowl. I go, actually, they don't, because 2 years ago they went 11-6 and beat Josh Allen on the road and beat Lamar Jackson on the road. And the response was this. That was the response from the host. They totally forgot that Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs went on the road and beat Josh Allen and beat Lamar Jackson just 2 years ago. So the perspective that people have on this organization from a national standpoint is a faux perspective, because they don't realize they're not in it every day. I can't blame them. I don't have a true perspective on the Raiders, or a true perspective on the Broncos, or a true perspective on any of the other teams that we don't follow from a daily basis. We know what's going on here in Kansas City. And so people are dancing on a grave. They think they need home field advantage. All of this stuff that just isn't true about the Kansas City Chiefs is what people are believing nationally. And so I say let them continue to believe that stuff. Let them think that, this team is dead. At the end of the year, we'll see where they are. And again, going back to Derek Johnson yesterday, 2015, they were 1-5, and they won 10 straight. That team is nowhere near better. I don't know that they have a player on that team. We'd have to think about this. That's better than players that they have now. Maybe Mitchell Schwartz at right tackle, obviously. You could
Jamal
put in there.
Charles at running back.
Was he on that? He was on that 2015.
He's on position to position. Yeah, for sure. They'll have some better position players.
I think that's the year. Wasn't that the year Jamal Charles got hurt?
I can't remember now. I don't remember
against
if Jamal
the Bears.
On that team,
like week 3 at home.
That's when they went 1-5. We're like, oh well, Charles is hurt. We're 1-5. I thought that was 2015, but I could be wrong.
I could be wrong. I want to say 2015 was his last year, and he played in Denver that year. But again, I don't know. But if you go position for position, I would imagine the majority of the players are better on this squad than they were on that 2015 team, and they still figured out a way. They still figured out how to get it done. And that's because of Andy Reid.
Yeah, Charles got hurt that year.
He did get hurt
in
that
week
year.
5.
In week 5, and then they won. That is actually quite comical. He goes down in week 5 when they're like 1-5, 1-4, and then they go on and they win 10 straight without Jamal, and they did it without their best offensive weapon at that point in time.
They beat Houston, and they lost to Denver, Green Bay, Cincinnati, Chicago, Minnesota. And then went on that run.
And then they went on that run, and they did it without Jamal Charles back then when you had Alex Smith as your quarterback, and you didn't have Travis Kelce, who Travis Kelce is today. And I think the wide receivers were probably, Burt Macklin and a couple of other guys that Jason Avant and whatnot are probably
Chris Conley,
out there. Chris
Albert
Conley.
Wilson, and Jeremy Macklin.
Yeah, Jeremy
Anthony Thomas and Charkandrick Quest were your running backs.
My gosh,
Niall Davis.
Niall Davis is on that team. So this team, this team is better than what that team was, and they still figured out a way to get it done. And so that's why I don't sit here and panic, and I don't think anybody should be panicking right now. But I know nationally they think this is a great deal that the Kansas City Chiefs are sitting at 0-2, and they want to start dancing on that grave. But be careful what you wish for,
And there are things that you can go out there and change, but something that it's hard to do is talent evaluation. Plus, we dive into what this Chiefs defense is, and 15 minutes away from opening the door to the library. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Chris Jones, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Foaling want you to have the best time of your life. And where you're going to have the best time of your life is one place. It is Foaling KC. It's football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. It is bowling, but with a football. You've heard us talk about Foaling for the last couple of years now, so you know what it's all about. You're going to set up those bowling pins just like you're going to bowl, but instead of rolling that bowling ball down the lane, you're throwing the football. You're knocking those pins down, and you're getting bragging rights. And the more that you play, the more addicted you're going to get. The more fun you're going to have, and the more you're going to want to go out there and dominate all of your friends. And Foaling is great for everything. If you're thinking about a company party this holiday season, maybe you're thinking about a charity event, or you just want to do a great date night or guys' night out or hang out with the family, Foaling is the perfect spot for everyone. You can cater your own event, bring in food from anywhere, and take advantage of their world-class bar. They've got great cocktails and a beer selection that is second to none. So reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com. They're located at 435 and State Line and FoalingKC.com. Get your Foal on.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and I can't think of any other reason why this season has been perfect other than the fact that you have the ability to grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka at the K, and now you can get Surfside absolutely anywhere across the Royals network, including your favorite outlets in Kansas. Grab a delicious Surfside today. It's only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so that means zero troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game or hanging out at a tailgate. Ask for Surfside at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
This football season, it's big beef season. Join the Booth Creek Wagyu revolution and taste the steaks, burgers, even Wagyu hot dogs that are changing the way America eats beef. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th Street in Metcalf, where they sample mouth-watering Wagyu every day. And their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut with same-day delivery coming soon. Life's too short to settle for lame grocery store meat. Your tailgate is made for more. Choose Booth Creek, always open at boothcreekwagyu.com.
This is Creed Humphrey. Kansas City has the best fans in the world and the best bull riding team in the PBR. The Outlaws are looking to win it all this year, but they can't do it without you. I'm the chief of Outlaw Attitude, and I need you to pack the house. So buckle up and make some noise. The Outlaws are coming, and we know KC will be there with us. Come see Kansas City's next dynasty and join me at PBR Team Outlaw Days, October 3rd through 5th.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergen X and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Are you ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with a personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets for major sporting events. Female patients are also eligible. For more information to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey guys, did you know that prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in American men? That's right. Prostate cancer is the second most common cancer in American men. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. Early prostate cancer often has no symptoms, which makes regular screenings key. The 5-year survival rate is nearly 100% when caught early. So get checked early and often. If you're a man over 50 or 45 if African American or with a family history, you should talk to a doctor about screening. A prostate cancer diagnosis can be scary, but no one should fight alone. Join us in raising awareness and saving lives. Don't wait. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound. You may see a lingering delay from Antioch down onto 29 with earlier construction, but it looks like they're clearing that up early this morning. And then at least Summit, US 50 westbound, a little slow as you make your way from Todd George over towards 291 north. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Take a drink of coffee every time you hear there's construction ahead.
Well, aren't we getting out of it now? Like, we're rolling down to the fall,
Sure.
right? Like, usually around the fall, wintertime, after the summer's done, they kind of slow down with the construction a little bit. Now, obviously, 69 is going to be a mess for another year or so, and figuring that thing
Especially
out.
on a Tuesday.
I mean, but I think 35 is going to be fine, and you know, whatnot, and that's going to be open back up. But my God, every road you go on in town is full of construction. Jeez. But the good news is, and I don't think people understand this, it's because of the World Cup. I mean, we're getting these new roads, you know, and whatnot, you know, paved and taken care of because of the World Cup coming to Kansas City, and it's got to look good. I was downtown a couple of days ago, and all the streets are starting to get paved downtown and cleaning it up a little bit and making it look better. And, you know,
See, I thought it was because of all the weed and gambling money from both sides of the state.
No. It's all about the World Cup. Make the World Cup, you know, make the city sparkle for the World Cup. And from what I can tell, we need some local businesses to step up fast, you know, help us out with this thing. So if you are a local business out there and you want to sponsor the World Cup, contact the World Cup committee because they need some help right now. And it's everybody in America right now, in the United States, who's hosting this thing. We need some people to step up and help us out on this one. So I was talking to some people over the weekend, like, yeah, we need some corporate money, man. Like, so if you're a corporation out there and you want to help with the World Cup, feel free to contact the organizing committee and sponsor this thing because we want to put on a good show for everybody that's coming from all over the world for this thing.
Is that surprising that they don't have a lot or enough? I mean,
well, it's very expensive to get in to the World Cup. I think one of the sponsorships starts at like $3.5 million and something like that. So I mean, we're talking big.
I'll reach out today and see what I can do.
Yeah,
exactly.
We're talking big time corporate money. And look, we don't have many Fortune 500 companies here, you know, in Kansas City. I know Populous is big on sponsoring this, and Purina is big on sponsoring this as well. Their CEO is a huge soccer fan from overseas. Obviously, they're based in St. Louis, but it's a regional thing and whatnot. So, you know, we need some of these companies to kind of step up. Yeah, right, exactly. We need some of these companies to kind of step up and, you know, help people out with the World Cup so we can put on a good show because we want to make everybody know that Kansas City is an awesome place, and it will be. I mean, we're still a ways away from all that, but I've just kind of noticed all of the roads that are now getting paved and all the improvements that are taking place. These things, like, people always ask, well, what does the World Cup mean for me? We got new roads out of the deal, man. Like, I mean, so, and KC Mo is not paving roads for the life of them, and so this is, you know, forcing KC Mo to actually do some road paving out there and clean up the city a little bit. We all win, right?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we all win.
It's like a trickle effect, too. Like, the closer it gets, you start seeing things like close off. It's like, okay, these are done. This is done. Oh, there's some new hotels. That's done. Oh, here comes these sponsorships as well towards once they see it, actually, like, once you start seeing, like, the tarps and stuff. Like, I just found out that Oktoberfest is, like, almost here. And every town that celebrates. I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess it is.
It is. It's mid-September. I mean, before you know it, Halloween's going to be here. Max and go, that year went fast.
Halloween's already here wherever you go.
It's unbelievable. Like,
it's here.
I mean, Halloween is here, right? You're seeing all the commercials, and Halloween Wars was on the cooking channel yesterday on Food Network, and I see all that, and then I flip on an NFL game, and the first commercial I see is Disney World telling me to celebrate Christmas at Disney World. Like, can I get through my diabetic shock at Halloween before I start talking about turkey and Christmas?
Nope, it's here. There's decorations in yards. There's costumes being bought, and what to figure out what we're going to be for a show. We can take your ideas. 913-586-7965. What should it has to be theme related, though. Like, we can't have, like, Frankenstein, gorilla, and a referee. It's got to be something that's like, what are we? Like, we got.
So you're going as the biggest Chiefs fan out there for Halloween?
No, Eagles fan.
Oh, are the refs on the Eagles side now?
Yeah, because now they're lining people up in football games. Last night they tried to do the tush push. They're like, hey, hang on, you're not on side.
Okay, so
on Chargers.
I hate sounding bitter about that, right? And I'm thinking about this yesterday, and all the videos are still up about the tush push. And some guy tweeted one yesterday. Hey, at NFL, you can't copyright this one. because I guess the NFL's been taking down
these
all
videos.
these videos,
Yes.
right? Like that's the biggest scandal
usually
out
do
there
that.
right now. No, they don't normally do that. So if I'm the referees,
Not unless they've been caught.
well, yeah, exactly. But that's what it is. I mean, he got caught red-handed. I got to hide the cookie jar. Like our friends from Italy brought this Italian candy for us. We left it on the counter. Do you think there was any Italian candy left? Right? No, there was a couple. And my wife is kind of changing her lifestyle up a little bit right now, and doing some different stuff, so she can't have the candy. So she's like, "There's a couple left. I'm hiding it because if I don't hide these candies, when I'm able to eat them, there will not be here because the kids are going to eat them all." And so that's kind of where we are with the NFL in this video. It's like it's out there. Everybody's putting it out there. And now the NFL's like, we don't want you to see this. Look the other way. If I'm the referees in the Eagle game, I'm throwing a penalty on every tush push from now on. And I'm just calling false start. I'm calling illegal motion. I'm calling lined up in the neutral zone. Maybe we'll see some Kadarius Toney-like offside penalties on the center who's halfway over the freaking ball, by the time it is snapped. So that's what I would do right now. If the referees really want to combat this, they need to bring it to the attention of the NFL and say, we can't officiate this play anymore. And what will get this play to stop for the rest of this year is them throwing a penalty on it every single time. That's the only way the referees can truly bring this thing back. And then at the end of the year, they'll ban the tush push.
Exactly.
It has to come from the referees.
Talent evaluation, as we bring this up today, is something that is not always the easiest thing to do. And this is when you're judged as a general manager, right? Whether you're in baseball, basketball, whatever. I think the toughest GM job in sports is the NBA, because you see an 18-year-old kid come to college, play 1 year, and you're like, okay, that guy was really good. Like, I don't think it's going to end up this way for Cooper
Manning,
Cooper Flag. Arch
has 14 people ahead of him now at the quarterback position for Heisman odds.
Not great in Texas. But no, I think because like Cooper Flag, I think is going to be good, right? Like look at Zion Williamson, right? Imagine being that GM in New Orleans. That's the number one pick. That guy's gonna be good. Look what he did at Duke, and then
you have no choice, and you have to take that.
And you're like, if I don't, right, I'm an idiot if I don't take the obvious, clear-cut number one. And then we watch Zion get to the league. Is the talent there? Yes. Is the ability there? Yes. Is the mental there? Absolutely not. Right? And as a GM, that's your scarlet letter, is your first-round pick every year. Mm-hmm. That's what you bear on your chest. You look at, guys like J.J. Piccolo who can hang on Bobby Witt Jr. for just so long. And then it's like, well, what's he done since then? Okay, well, it's hard to develop talent in baseball. Maybe that's the toughest GM job in the world is a baseball GM, because you look at the same similarities as the basketball world. Like drafting a kid out of college who's never played against grown-ass men. Like LeBron James is still in the NBA. Like imagine being like a 20-year-old kid and you're coming to the league. You're like, LeBron, he's like 39 years old, 40, he's old. I can get – no, you can't because there's so much that – and again, LeBron is, at the very end of the spectrum when it comes to like being like part of the best. But like you look at guys like Steph Curry, right? Steph Curry comes out of Davidson. Nobody really kind of knew who he was until that run that he had in the March Madness.
Nobody knew who he was until that run.
And then Golden State takes a flyer on him, and GM, head coach get together. Hey, Steve Kerr, you were really good at this. We have a player who I think can be really, really good at this, and the two of you might be able to build something. That was a GM that took a head coach and a player that he put investment in, and it worked out, and it got them 4 titles in a decade. Great. Patrick Mahomes, right? Mm-hmm. He wasn't the first pick in the draft.
Third quarterback, right?
Yes.
I think so.
It was Trubisky.
Chicago would love to have Mitchell Trubisky back right now.
No,
he's got
Watson
the same numbers.
Watson went after Mahomes.
Yeah, Watson, so he was the second quarterback taken. I was thinking Watson too, Mac.
But that's a draft in which Myles Garrett was the number 1 overall pick. Mm-hmm. That's a slam dunk of a GM, right? You see a guy that's 6'5", 290 and runs a 4.4, you're like, that's going to work in the NFL. That doesn't make me necessarily have to go out on a whim. Like, that worked for the Browns. Myles Garrett's been great. Mm-hmm. You look at, Patrick Mahomes. Okay, Trubisky went to the Bears. It's the Bears, right? Like, they missed. They were going to take Patrick Mahomes. We've heard his dad on, I think it was 670 to score when Danny was out there talking about how, like, oh, yeah, dude, we were ready. Like, we thought it was Chicago. And then we heard Mitchell Trubisky, and we're like, oh, okay. And then the Chiefs took him at the 10th overall pick with the trade for Buffalo, and the rest is history. But there are so many times that you see first-round picks not develop, and the blame goes to the GM.
Yeah, it really does, and it shouldn't. I was talking to the guys at the J yesterday, right? And
I think it should and it shouldn't. I think there are situations.
Well, it just depends.
Like when there's a clear cut number one.
Yeah.
Like when you don't have a choice and it's you like
it
Ryan
sucks. Like that's the worst place to be.
Like Ryan Pohl's in a very tough position right now, right?
Very tough
Now
position.
he's had other misses to where like this doesn't really like protect him, but like Caleb's the guy. Eberflus wasn't it because he couldn't get Caleb on the right page. Now we got Ben Johnson there, and once the script runs out for Caleb Williams, it's like it's a mess.
He's terrible,
and so like
that's terrible.
That's part of one of those ones where it's like either way, but like
you're screwed. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So damn it, I will, and I'll take this guy that all the fans. This is why you can't listen to the Mel Kipers of the world and all the draft analysts of the world. You have to go with who you're convicted with. And so I'm talking to the guys at the J yesterday as I'm walking out. Ron's like, "Hey, I got a trivia question for you," and he asks all these great baseball trivia questions, right? And I always learn something from listening to Ron. Right?
Is Ron in his mid-60s?
Probably mid-60s, early 70s. He may
That's
be.
where you get the tough baseball trivia window. Because
It is.
my dad tells me
yeah.
tweets. He's like, this guy became the fourth guy to hit 75 home runs in 2 seasons for the Braves at first base. Can't name Hank Aaron. Who were the other 3? I'm like, Dad, I have no idea.
That's what it is, right? You can't name that guy. So Ron's in his like mid-60s, early 70s.
For sure.
And him and Jerry's 75. It looks like he's 55, right? And they play pickleball against everybody, and they wipe the floor with people out there. Like they went to a tournament in Emporia, beating 20-year-olds and winning this thing. And
right, that's impressive.
Yeah, these guys are awesome. So Ron pulls me aside yesterday. He goes, "I got a trivia question for you." He goes, "This is gonna be a tough one." He goes, "There are only 4, and there will be a 5th once Bryce Harper retires. There have only been 4 number 1 overall picks in the history of the Major League Baseball draft that have become Hall of Famers. Now, this draft's been around since 1965, and there's only been 4 number 1 overall picks that have made the Hall of Fame." And so that goes to show you, I think, how hard talent evaluation is in all of these sports. We sit here and we rip GMs all the time, right? "Oh, how'd you make that pick? That's a bad decision." And then you take a step back and you look at it in the history of baseball's draft since 1965 to where we are now. What's that? 80 years roughly? Or not 80 years, but 60 years?
60 years.
60 years of having these drafts. Only 4 players in the history of that have gone on to the Hall of Fame. Do you have any idea who they are? You'll be like, "Oh yeah, obvious ones." There's some obvious ones. I'll give you the team. You tell me the player. All right, real quick. Seattle.
Griffey.
Okay. Minnesota.
Puckett.
No. That was my initial guess.
Killebrew?
No. Think recent.
Joe Mauer.
Yes, Joe Mauer. Atlanta.
Chipper.
Got it. Washington, Bryce Harper, obviously. Yeah. And then the final one is the White Sox.
Oh, Frank wasn't the one overall. Is it a pitcher?
No.
Okay. I don't know.
Initials HB.
HB. Oh, Harold Baines.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. In the history of baseball, in 60 years of a draft, there's been 4 number 1 picks that have made it into the Hall of Fame. So when people think it's so easy to draft and they want to criticize every pick that gets made, think about it in that perspective, right? Think about it from that perspective, that there's only 4 number 1 overall picks in the history of baseball in the Hall of Fame. And so when you're bitching about a 5th-round draft pick, kiss your own ass.
I wonder kiss my ass. I wonder how much of it is steroids too. Because A-Rod was a first overall pick, and he should be a Hall of Famer.
He should be a Hall of Famer, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch that are just, you look at, like, there's the next one that's not named Bryce Harper. You're probably looking at, what? Does Carlos Correa get in, or does cheating keep him out?
I mean, if steroids are going to keep people out, cheating's worse than steroids.
Because Paul Skeens is 2023's first overall pick. He's probably going ahead that way. But, yeah I mean, it is tough because you look at, and we could even take this down to like a Chiefs, overall situation. Chiefs first round pick, the last 10. Josh Simmons, unknown.
Right.
Xavier Worthy, unknown. Felix Nduke-Uzama,
not
bust.
a Hall of Famer.
Trent McDuffie, solid.
Yep.
Karlaftis, meh. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, bust. Patrick Mahomes.
He's still on this team, right? We're looking for a damn running back. That guy's on the practice squad.
Mahomes,
he's got.
Obvious.
Yeah.
Marcus Peters was good here.
Yeah. Boy, you talk about a guy who killed his own career.
Not great. D. Ford, Eric Fisher, Don Terry Poe, John Baldwin, Eric Berry, Tyson Jackson, Glenn Dorsey, Brendan Albert, Dwayne Bowe, Tamba, Derek, It just went away because this mouse is terrible. Derek Johnson, Larry Johnson, Ryan Sims, Sylvester Morris, John Tate was good, Victor Riley, and then 25 years ago or 25th pick in the last 97, Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah.
So a mix of
Not bad for the Chiefs,
and I think
though.
football, you see it more often than you do in any other sport. Baseball, it's just insanely tough because. Caglione, perfect example, right? Guy that I love to watch, guy that I praise all the time. We see him, and it's like minor leagues crushes it. Big leagues.
It's a huge difference. It's night and day.
Speaking of night and day, working overtime here in the Likens Library. Gentlemen, welcome to the library today. We start with stories. It's a sadder story after week 2 in the NFL. Joe Burrow, a.k.a. Mike Trout, or Mike McDaniels.
I think it's Joe Burrow.
There we go, Bob. Now you're starting to learn.
Oh, gosh.
And I don't know how loud this audio is going to be, but can you guys, this is an audio book. This is an audio book on Mike McDaniels.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
Yeah, I mean, people want to make him out to be a boob for that comment, and they cut it that way to make him sound foolish, but he's absolutely right. The Chiefs didn't go and win a game. They went and lost the game. To win a game, you got to go win that game. You can't make those mistakes.
You just stop yelling. Mr. Morey, sadder story, Joe Burrow or Mike McDaniels?
Burrow. McDaniels is just sad. He's more depressing.
What's a more interesting story so far in the NFL? The fact that Indiana Jones and the Temple of Colts is 2-0, or Patrick Mahomes, the GOAT of his time, is 0-2.
I think that's the more interesting one because Daniel Jones and the Colts just aren't interesting. The only interesting thing about the Colts is their owner wearing a headset taking notes on the sideline. That's very interesting.
Yeah, best player in the world's 0-2. That's the story.
That's the story, yeah.
Guys. Okay? You can rent out a private room. You can talk as loud as you want, but when you're in the foyer, more surprising Western story this year. San Francisco 2-0, or how about those Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray?
I think it's the 49ers being 2-0. No quarterback. They did it with Mac Jones. Yeah.
Mac's awesome.
Mac's awesome.
That's too loud. You can't use those right now. You can just trust me to do it.
I'll go Arizona. We've seen the San Fran story before. Not in this way necessarily, but yeah, give me Arizona. It'd be fun to see them be good.
Is Kyle Shanahan the quarterback whisperer?
Yes.
Oh.
One of them.
Well, we need to keep whispering. What's the more brutal fiction story? Somebody that's just not the truth. They are fiction. Caleb Williams or Trevor Lawrence?
I never thought Caleb Williams was the truth, so I don't know if that's can be a fiction story, right? I'm trying to think about that.
Oh, better better nonfiction or better fiction?
Yeah.
Hey, who's
not real?
Who's not real? Better fiction. Okay.
Nonfiction.
Neither are any good. Fiction books have stories. Nonfiction books have facts.
Yes.
3rd grade, right?
Some of us it was 2nd.
Yes.
Trevor Lawrence, I don't know.
Never lost a game going into college.
Yeah, I know. And now he's like waving off his coach and doing all that. I bet it's Caleb Williams. He stinks out loud. That guy blows.
He does not blow.
He's been great so far. I mean,
he's actually been not
getting loud,
nearly
we're
as
fighting,
bad.
and we're using aggressive language.
Caleb Williams sucks ass.
He does not.
Okay.
I'll take both these guys. I still think are good. Both these guys I still think are franchise quarterbacks. Better right now, Trevor Lawrence.
I didn't know that you listened to Bon Jovi on the way to the library. Living on a prayer. Better future story in the North. Those Detroit Lions who put up 50 points this week, or those Green Bay Packers that seem to be everybody's Super Bowl favorite.
Yeah, I think it's the Packers. They're consistent.
Yeah, give me go.
They've been consistent in eight quarters. Very consistent. Probably the most consistent team in the NFL.
And they look like they're having fun. Go Pack, go. Let's go.
That is the Likens Library on a Tuesday. Don't forget, Sports Talk on 96.5 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in an original hit series, Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversities yet. forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect the empire that he has. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Coming up on the other side, it's a tough Tuesday from your boys here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health want to help you out. They want to help you feel better because, as we know, another summer is over, and you may notice now your energy's a little bit lower. Your workouts aren't as productive, and maybe you're not sleeping great right now. You feel foggy, and maybe even your sex drive is off. Maybe you're experiencing all of these symptoms. Maybe you're experiencing some of those symptoms. It's likely, though, that you have low testosterone. So what I want you to do is check out the Heartland Men's Health website and take their low T quiz. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes and no answers. It takes only 2 minutes to get done, and then I want you to schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health. A licensed medical provider will review your results with you and discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. It costs $99, which includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
4 months ago, a convenience store clerk, a forklift operator, a social services worker, a Marine Corps boat mechanic, a truck driver, and a landscaper walked into a Centric training classroom.
And last week, along with 6 others, they walked out of that classroom ready to start their new careers in cybersecurity. Centric grads come from all kinds of backgrounds and all ages.
Cybersecurity is the future. Centric can make it your future, no matter your background. Go to Centric.com and book a call with my buddy Russ Mondry today.
Look, I say a lot of dumb stuff. I try to keep it in front of large groups. Seems to go better that way.
Nate Bargatze, Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. T-Mobile Center, Friday and Saturday, September 19th and 20th. Tickets available at T-MobileCenter.com.
Hello all, Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. This is when we start working in our yards. Be careful that your outside faucet didn't burst over the winter. Maybe you've discovered that it doesn't work very well. This month, we are offering an outside faucet replacement special with access for only $3.99. So call Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber, at 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
Gear? Check. Snacks? Check. Tires? Not so much. I didn't have time to deal with this, so I asked my friend. Her answer was simple. Take it to Telly, she said, and I'm so glad I did. They didn't just take care of my tires, they took care of me. We got you, they said, and they did. Fast, friendly, and stress-free. Now I know when life throws you a red card, take it to Telly. Stay in the game. Take it to Telly.
You could be on the 50 at GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Enter to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents in the DQ app, you might just feel like you're dreaming. 85-cent Blizzard treats. Trust us when we say you're not. But get to DQ quickly, because this dream is only a reality for so long. Hurry and get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with a $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. For a limited time at participating locations. Terms apply.
Rob Site Ford. Non-commissioned staff, low prices, best trade-ins, and the biggest selection. Visit robsite.com.
Shopping for a new Ford? Go where it's easy. Rob Site Ford. Non-commissioned staff, huge trade-in values, and Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer. Rob Site Ford. ROBSIGHT.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
In Belton, 49 northbound, getting heavy around Missouri 58. Once you get up past 163rd, things move a little better. And then 71 northbound, still rolling from 75th, or really more like 87th up to Gregory. Kansas side 70 eastbound, heavy from 110th Street in towards 435. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on a Tuesday on 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe, McMurray, Dusty Likens with you here on Fescoe and Dusty on a Tuesday. Should be a nice little day today. Get a little break from football. Do you enjoy the Tuesday, Wednesday break, or would you just rather just be a whole week?
No, it's good.
yeah,
I need the break.
Yes.
I really do. Like Monday night's even a stretch for me after a full weekend, and the weekend starts on Thursday, right? You got Thursday night football, which I really like Thursday night football.
Me too.
And as much as I like Thursday night, I hate Monday night, I guess, because it's Monday, and Thursday's leading into the weekend, and you're kind of excited. It's Friday's the next day, and, it's fun, right? And then Friday, you get your high school stuff. Saturday, you get your college. Sunday, you get your – and by the time Monday – I remember my dad telling me this. He goes, by the time Monday rolls around, I've had enough football over the weekend. So I think the break is good because what you want to do, guys, in life and really in the entertainment world especially, like we do every day at 10 o'clock, you leave them wanting more. They can't wait to come back at 6 o'clock the next morning. If we were on 24/7, it would lose its luster. People would okay, they're on all the time. I don't need to wait to hear what they've got to say at 6 o'clock. It's 20. So if the NFL was every day, it'd be baseball. You'd be like, okay, I'm not going to watch that game. Yeah. I think when the NFL plays, it's special because it's a big event. It's a big moment. So don't try to do it every day, but they are,
Yeah, because Thursday night's not going to be much of a contest. Bills, Dolphins.
Oh God.
I believe it's in Buffalo, too.
Double dun, dun, dun,
dun. Exactly. Will the Bills score 43 weeks in a row? Maybe.
I mean,
will Miami be able to score against the Bills defense? We'll see.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see where, kind of where Miami is right now, right?
So what do you, all right, this is interesting. I don't know if we've seen it. I don't know if there's been a line bigger than this year.
I didn't even look at the week 3 lines yet because week 2 wasn't over yet. Is it a huge line for the Miami-Buffalo game?
Oh, yeah. 12.5 Buffalo.
Oh, God. I'm trying to think.
Over-under is 49.5, and they have Buffalo at 12.5. So they think this game is literally going to be like 39-10.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it should be something like that. Yeah, it absolutely should be something. I think the over is a tough one there. You want to go over on that one. That seems to be the natural reaction to go on the over on that one. But you never know with these divisional games, too. You never know. Like, you take the Miami Dolphins for granted. It's human nature to look at the Miami Dolphins right now and go, okay, we don't need to play our best out there, get by the Miami Dolphins and whatnot, and then the under hits and they don't win by 12.5. This is what happens in the NFL, especially in these divisional games, because human nature says it's the Dolphins. And right now, I mean, you could make the case that they're the worst team in the NFL, right? You could make the case for the worst team in the NFL, and that's where my Tough Tuesday falls, because it's the head coach and GM now down in Miami, guys, because I know what it was like here in 2012 when that airplane went to the sky saying fire Pioli. Well, they fired Scott Pioli, and the Miami Dolphins in week 2 already had the airplane circling the stadium saying fire the GM and fire the coach. And this is what I've cautioned about for a generation now with these head coaches. Everybody loves this young man who's calling a play on a sideline for half a season, and he's the next guy, and then they all flame out. And this led me down a rabbit hole last night when I was watching the Texans a little bit. Remember that guy, Bobby Slowicki, that was going to be the greatest head coach of all time?
Yeah, Bobby Slowick.
Where is he now? Oh, that's right. He's the passing game coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. Life happens fast, Bobby.
Yeah, he got fired after last season.
He got fired out of Houston. He's in Miami. I think this is his second year now in Miami, if I'm not mistaken. So he got fired in Houston, second year in Miami. His first year in Houston, by this time, week 2, they were talking about that guy being the next great head coaching candidate. We want to advance people to that head coaching job because they made a couple of good play calls in October, and we forget that you need leaders to be these head coaches. Mike McDaniel's not a leader, man. The guy wears his short pants. He's vaping on the sidelines. Like, you need a leader out there. You need an Andy Reid type person to be your head football coach these days. And if you don't have that leader on the sidelines, you're just not going to win. I don't care what plays you call. So Mike McDaniel and whoever that GM is in Miami, man, they flew a banner. Somebody rented a plane to fly a banner for you. They're serious. They want you out.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of called this, though, right? Like, the way that he was, like, his personality, like, it's one of those things where if it's working and your schemes and what you're putting together is great, then it's fine. But the minute it doesn't, boy, they come after you like a lynch mob
really
in Miami.
do, yeah.
Tyreek ain't catching balls over 30 yards. I know he got one this week for the first time in, 30 games or whatever the hell it was called.
Right?
And then Tua is not the most accurate quarterback we've ever seen. So, yeah, it's...
But Dusty, he told us Tua was the best quarterback, I think.
Well, he also
That's
had a
like
podcast,
horseradish.
and now he doesn't.
What'd you say?
He had a podcast, now he doesn't.
Oh, yeah, those don't last long. These guys realize how much work it is, and they're like, I ain't doing that.
It just needed to be said. Apparently, it doesn't need to be said anymore. Mac, you got a Tough Tuesday?
Nothing left to say, really.
Yeah, I'd say the NFL for taking down videos, but I'd say our running backs, according to Next Gen Stats from Daniel Harms, Isaiah Pacheco is -17 in expected yards gained on all of his runs through 2 games. All the Chiefs running backs are negative in EPA as well. They have cost this team points.
Yeah, you got Mitchell Schwartz up here 2 hours ago tweeting about the running game. 3rd and 2. WTF are we doing? This is the definition of running into the darkness. Follow the highest paid guard and center in the NFL. Ejecting one of the best DTs onto the combo block and run through the linebacker if you need to. Don't bury your head and run into a backside guard's back. That's not your offensive line. That's your running back.
That's the running back.
We'll get into that. I got a theory on Pacheco. I'll give it to you about 7:45.
Hell of a tease. Tough Tuesday here for me is Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh. How you doing, Coach? Get out of here.
Yeah, that was kind of I don't like that move, especially in that moment. I understand that Liam Cohen is new to his job, and he's a very passionate young man, and he's one of those guys that's kind of like in the hardball mode. Like, you might find him as, cringy, but he's one of those guys that he believes in his guys. He has an offensive system that works. He's got a resume that can prove that. And then Trevor Lawrence is like, everything between us is fine, but, I'm just not that guy, and I'm a little bit more that guy now because of him. But it's more so, what Trevor Lawrence is and what Trevor Lawrence was promised. Now, I know that there's a lot of people, or there's one person in particular that calls him the prince that was promised, and we haven't seen that prince be promised because he came out of Clemson. He was supposed to be, number 1 draft pick, MVP candidate, good arm, and plays in that playoff game against Justin Herbert where Trevor Lawrence, threw 5 interceptions in that playoff game, and then somehow Brandon Staley, gave them the game. I don't know if Trevor Lawrence won that game. I think Brandon Staley just puked all over himself.
No, the Chargers lost that game. Justin Herbert and him together in the second half was abysmal. But that's the last time that Trevor Lawrence was relevant.
And then we've seen Trevor Lawrence have peaks, but we've seen massive amounts of valleys in his game. And yesterday, the national media is talking about every game in the NFL, and the one that stuck out to me, which is why it's my Tough Tuesday, is Trevor Lawrence in that game was given a win on a silver platter. Joe Burrow goes out early in that game. What was it? First quarter, late first quarter, and is it Jake Browning? Right, comes in there, throws 3 interceptions. Trevor Lawrence threw 3 touchdowns and still could not win that game. Now, you could throw a little bit of blame on Brian Thomas Jr. for dropping a pass at the end of the game on a first down, but, like, you shouldn't have been in that situation. Trevor Lawrence, you should be better than Jake Browning. You just should be. He's a backup quarterback. You're a starting quarterback. You have the talent around you. It shouldn't have had come down to that last play. Trevor Lawrence, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jake Browning threw 3 interceptions, and the Bengals still won that game by 4 points. Trevor Lawrence, if you are that guy, if you are that franchise-leading, winning quarterback, that's a game where any other quarterback in the league, whether it be Patrick Mahomes, whether it be Joe Burrow himself, if the opposing quarterback goes out, you have to think to yourself, this game is over, and we are going to win this game. That wasn't the case in Jacksonville. It has not been the case in Jacksonville. We'll see if the season progresses better. I'll give Liam Cohen a little bit more time, but the first 2 weeks, it's been a tough Tuesday this week for Trevor Lawrence.
Well, and maybe they don't have their guy, but they signed him, and so now you're kind of stuck with him. That's why you don't sign your quarterback and then fire your coach, because the coach and the quarterback may not get along, and so we're seeing that now in Jacksonville. If you didn't see the video, Liam Cohen's on the sidelines banging on his heart, like telling the way that I interpret it, telling Trevor Lawrence, start playing with some heart, man. And then Trevor Lawrence just waves him off like a kid, disgusted at their parent or something like that on the youth soccer field.
I thought he was telling him to hit his receiver in the chest.
Is that what it was? It looks like, see, the way that I interpreted it was like, play with your heart, man. Play with your heart.
Could be that too. Yep.
And then he waved them off. And I was like, ooh, that is just not a good look.
That was terrible.
Yeah,
Like your 15-year-old son, like, I know you.
Shut up, Dad.
No, that's exactly what it was. No, and look, believe me, I have seen this before, right? On fields and everywhere all over with kids. You see this all the time, and that's what it reminded me of, like a father-son moment, out there on the field, except this is a $55 million quarterback and a guy who was in the Wonka candy factory, Hey, I'm the coach.
Yeah.
He probably lost Trevor Lawrence after the Duval. Who plays more years in the NFL, Trevor Lawrence or Browning Nagel?
Browning.
Yeah, I think he does.
Well, Browning will just be able to
be a backup quarterback for the next decade and a half if you want to. Yeah.
What is this, Trevor's 4th year?
Oh,
I think
God,
it's his
no.
fifth season.
Fifth season?
Is it?
I think it's
got to
his
be,
fifth
right? At
season. I think so.
least.
I think so. I could look it up.
Well, that was 20. What year did we beat the Jags in the playoffs, though, now? I got to go back. 22?
I think so.
And he was a rookie that year?
No, it would have been
his second
That
year.
would have been his second year. So
yeah.
was he a
This is
COVID
his-
baby?
This is his 5th season, yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Either way, Trevor Lawrence, got to pick it up. Coming up on the other side, the Chiefs need to help Patrick Mahomes. How can they do that? And the offensive line needs to be addressed with certain issues, but not anything catastrophic. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trey Smith, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Park and Go make it so easy to park at the airport. When you're trying to get out of town quick, Park and Go is the answer for you. What I want you to do is after you make your flight reservation, make your parking reservation at bookparkandgo.com. Use their app as well. It is so easy to use. And the other key with Park and Go is to prepay. When you prepay, you get their lowest rate available. That's right. You're going to save money, and then your car is going to be protected under the all-covered parking at Park and Go. Every single spot is covered. And once you get there on the day of your flight, just scan your reservation. The gate will open, and they'll direct you to that covered parking spot they reserve specifically for you. And as soon as you get there, probably before you get to that parking spot, the van is there to take you right to the airport terminal. And when you get back, it's so easy. Just grab your bags, walk off the plane, jump on the bus, and boom, back to the trunk of your car you go. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Save up to $4,500 with Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter, thanks to limited time tax credits and special incentives on energy-efficient HVAC systems. But don't wait. Those federal tax credits expire after December. Upgrade your heating and cooling system, and you can enjoy lower energy bills and year-round comfort. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Call 913-888-4262 for your free consultation. Visit callhamilton.com for detailed terms and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
It's football season, and I can't wait for the games. And now I have even more reason to cheer on the Chiefs. I just head to Hy-Vee the day after any game and score savings at the pump with my Hy-Vee Perks card. Win or lose, I earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score based on the amount I spend. If the Chiefs score 35 points, I save 35 cents per gallon when I spend $35 on groceries. The more we score, the more I save only at Hy-Vee. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
It's game day, and nothing says Chiefs football like the aroma of a tailgate grill. Kick off your pregame party with a Kingdom Meat Bundle from Hy-Vee. Get 4 boneless chicken breasts, 4 pork chops, 4 bratwurst, and 4 chuck patties for just $30. Plus, get a 10-cent per gallon fuel saver. Toss in some chips and dip, side dishes, and Chiefs-themed baked goods. Score the extra point with your favorite tailgate beverage from Hy-Vee Wine and Spirit. Just one stop for all your game day needs, only at Hy-Vee.
It's football season and snacking season, and nothing goes better with football and snacking better than Daisy Dips. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are a game changer. From chips to wings to veggies, they all go better with Daisy Dips. And I love dipping pretzels into the Daisy French onion dip. It's amazing. And the best part, these are delicious as homemade dips because they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Look for Daisy Dips at a grocery store near you.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Granger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Granger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to supporting those who serve our communities. We believe that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest, we believe.
Arvest Bank, believing in the power of serving others.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Paid for in client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound gets heavy before 110th Street. Stays slow into the 435 interchange with construction. Northland 435 southbound heavy coming off I-35. Roadwork down to 48th Street keeps you slow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Giants on Sunday night with pregame starting at 4. Kickoff at 7:20 with Mitch, Danon, and Kling. Right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFMZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
That's right. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll give you a Danon Hughes here on 96.5 The Fan, the former wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, and the color commentator for the Chiefs Radio Network with Mitch Holtis, who also joins us every Friday. So Danon will be on here in about 10 or so minutes. Before we get into Danon Hughes, the Chiefs need some help. specifically Patrick Mahomes. Right? Like, some people might be like, well, Mahomes hasn't had the greatest year. He's missed throws. For sure. 100%. He missed Thornton last week. That's fine. Redeemed himself about 75 seconds later and hit Thornton again over the middle. But not all of that is on Patrick Mahomes. A lot of that is guys aren't getting open. Patrick Mahomes has had to run. He's now been the leading rusher for the Chiefs in the last 3 games they played. Super Bowl, first 2 games of the season. That's not great. That is somebody that's not seeing people get open, whether that is Juju, whether that is Hollywood Brown, whether that is Travis Kelce, whether that is Tyquan Thornton, whoever it may be. And a big part of that is because Rashee Rice is suspended and Xavier Worthy is hurt. So full evaluation by week 10, we should kind of see like what this team should have been and what this team could be. But Chris Sims, who was on Sunday Night Football's pregame show, had this to say about Mahomes needing help.
It's been tough. It doesn't look great. You heard Devin McCourty. Mahomes is the leading rusher for the 2nd week in a row. Yes, he's making mistakes too, but there's not a lot of help out here right now. You're going to see here, one, this is a little on him. He doesn't feel the blitz. It surprises him. It's not picked up. A big sack early on in the football game. Later on, this has been they can't control the line of scrimmage. Look at this. There's nowhere to go. They can't run the football. They haven't been able to. That's concerning. Here again, protection mistakes and then no separation from anybody downfield. Devin McCourty said it to start the show. There's nobody you're game planning or scared of on Kansas City right now, and Mahomes has too much on his plate.
We do one word every day at 7:30, but on that response right there from you guys, agree or disagree with Chris Sims?
I think there's some to agree with there. Yeah, there's no question about it. Yeah, he needs guys to have separation, but we're also like it. In my world where I live, you've seen a lot that has gone on in professional sports, collegiate sports, and whatnot, and you start to look at like, the players that are available, and maybe we're asking guys to do things that they're just not capable of doing, right? Like I understand we all want the days of 2018 to be back of this high-flying offense. We do not have the players available to recreate what was going on in 2018. So instead of recreating what went on in 2018, let's try to find out what works best for the players on this team. Oh, that's right. Tyquan Thornton literally just got here the other day. Hollywood Brown has been gone and missing in action for basically a year because of his injuries right now. And so we don't really know what we have. The two, if you want to call them knowns, Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice, what have they really done in the NFL, right? We're upset because a guy by the name of Rashee Rice, who hasn't played in well over a year now, is suspended, and Xavier Worthy, who has 1 year under his belt, has been, hurt and knocked out for the first couple of games of this season. So, we're relying on those guys, but we're also maybe trying to have guys do things that they're not capable of doing. And that's where the coaching side comes in. And maybe we need to reevaluate what we're doing because the offensive line doesn't hold up long enough for Mahomes to get these deep routes. We're not really getting that separation deep, even though, Noah Gray was wide open on that pass that, Patrick Mahomes missed him on. Tyquan Thornton was wide open a couple of times as well. It's not like they're not getting open. They're not getting open in the ways that Tyreek Hill and maybe Xavier Worthy would get open and utilize something that nobody could compete with, and that's that speed and just blow by everybody. We don't have that guy right now on this roster, so maybe change things up a little bit. But when it's all said and done, guys, for me, it's still like there's something about that offensive line that just doesn't work for me. We love Creed. We love Trey. There's a lot of pressure up the middle, man. There really is a lot of pressure up the middle. And I'm watching a rookie become the best offensive lineman by far on this line. And I just see a lot of pressure up the middle. I think those guys in the middle, especially Kingsley and Creed and Trey, obviously, they need to step it up a notch, man. They really do. I don't like the pressure coming up the middle. It just doesn't give this team an opportunity to get much done.
I think that you have that pressure as well, excuse me, because you have the highest paid center and the highest paid guard.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what comes with the contract is now you should, live
you should
up
be
to
perfect,
that.
Right? You're not going to be, but you should be.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that can get better. We saw Josh Simmons' Pro Football Focus is great against the Eagles, 87.8 pass blocking grade, 36 pass blocking snaps, 0 pressures allowed for your left tackle. That is something.
And a huge tackle.
And I think
touchdown saving,
right.
baby.
And I think 18.7 miles per hour is what he ran or something like that.
Insane. Maybe he should go deep.
It's crazy. Get him in the backfield. Hand it off.
Yeah. What is it? illegal receiver downfield, 5-yard penalty every time.
Just report eligible every time.
Every time.
Number 71 is eligible. There he goes down the field. Use that speed that you tackled that dude with.
Yeah.
Go down the field. We'll hit you over the top.
You've got Jalen Moore. He can be the other lineman. Come on.
And I think one of you guys put in there, like, what's bad now that will get better with this team throughout time.
Yep.
And I think the two that stick out to me is the coaching and game plan, and I think the other thing that gets better over time is the receivers. I think those are the two on the list that I see the most that can get much better, right? Like, we know Andy and Spags are going to get in the lab, and they're going to try to – because Spags last week –
Spags was great last week. Defense was phenomenal.
Well, he just blitzed.
Yeah.
It was just every single – it was, 19 blitzes on defense in that game against Jalen Hurts. And
that's also like your safety being your leading tackler. You don't necessarily like that, but if the game calls for it and you've got to do it, then you do it, you know?
And you do that. Well, Spags will do that against quarterbacks that tend to be mobile. Lamar Jackson will do, they'll guarantee you that game plan on defense you saw against Philadelphia will be similar to the game plan you saw against Baltimore. Make Lamar Jackson go outside and try to make a play quickly and have to, right away make some sort of decision. Take Derrick Henry away. If you blitz, you better tackle. Saquon Barkley, again, had, close to 90 yards rushing throughout the entire game, but never really had one of those big runs where you're like, oh, damn it.
That was like a death by, 10,000, knives or whatever they like to say,
So, and I think the coaching gets better, and I think the receivers get better because obviously help is on the way with Xavier Worthy coming back and Rashee Rice coming back. Xavier Worthy obviously will be back before Rashee Rice. We think he'll be able to play this week, which, by the way, you play in New York. Mitch Holtis let us know about 40 minutes ago on Twitter the Chiefs never won on the road in New York against the Giants. They've never beaten the Giants at home.
Well, they've had like 3 games.
That's what I said, yeah. They probably played at New York Giants Stadium 6 times since they've been able to play these teams because you play them every other 8 years. One time it's here, then the next 4 years you go again, or 3 years, 6 years, you play them there once every 6 years.
I remember 3 games against the Giants at the Meadowlands.
So, again, I think coaching gets better. I think the receivers will get better.
Yeah.
I don't know about the running backs unless you get help.
Well, the running back situation, and again, I don't want to, excite everybody before 7:45 because I do have a theory on Isaiah Pacheco that I want to get to. But you do have Clyde Edwards-Helaire on this roster, and I know how people feel about him. But he still has speed, right? He's still a guy that can kind of get outside, make plays, got some speed. I wouldn't hesitate to kind of work him in this week and see where he is, and see what he can do.
I just need someone who can find the gap.
Yeah.
Find a crease, get through it.
Isaiah Pacheco doesn't have that.
No, he's not. He's not. He's looking at the ground. He's running. I know how you run angry. The grass is so mad at you. Yes, it's awesome. All the puns and the analogies are great, but you're running into the back of guys' jerseys, dude. It's just what he does.
And you're not going where you're supposed to be going either, and there's a reason for that. But go ahead, Mac. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just said I listed 5 things that you were saying. What else is bad that'll get better? And I think you mentioned it: receivers, Dusty, and the coaching, and the offensive line. I listed as one of those 5 things.
Yeah.
I think the offensive line will get better. I know. I agree with you. The interior's got issues, but these are new guys. We know Josh Simmons is doing his part, but they're getting used to Kingsley being right there next to the left of him, and they've got help in Jalen Moore. I just have a feeling by week 8, week 9, we're going to be sitting here going, okay, this is what we pictured.
Do you think we'll see Jalen Moore at left guard before we see him at right tackle? Because I do. Because look, Jawan Taylor got the what's what read to him this week, right? Did you hear his name called until the end? He had a holding penalty. At that point in time, it didn't matter.
It was irrelevant. Yeah.
How good was he?
Starts.
How good was he?
He was good.
He's a good football player.
Yes.
He's a really good football player. And he finally got the riot act read to him. And you heard Matt talk about it over the. When the OC's out here, like, you better stay on. What went on inside the locker room, right, for him? So he got the riot act read to him, and he was really good, except for that one holding penalty late in the game. That guy did not have a negative impact on that game.
We'll see. It's one game. A lot to prove from 74. Coming up on the other side, Dane Hughes joins us. Supposed to get into one word with Mac Morey here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trent McDuffie, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics want you to feel better right now. And they're going to help you feel better right now because for, I don't know, how many years have you been dealing with it, right? How many years have you been dealing with that knee injury or that shoulder shoulder soreness or the back soreness, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I've gone and gotten shots, I've done this other stuff, nothing is working right now. What am I going to do? Well, QC Kinetics is here to flip the script because they use regenerative medicine, which is advanced cellular treatments that will help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. We're not covering it up or cutting it out. We're actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around, what you can't do, start planning about what you want to do. Playing baseball with the kids, going out and walking the golf course, playing tennis or pickleball, all of that you can do. QC Kinetics has no surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery, just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab your MRIs and x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday at QC Kinetics.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. I want to tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver, pickup truck, or SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic, so you can say goodbye to dealing with those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. It puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as just going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is well above dealer quotes. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you, and it's an easy and fast way to do it at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Kids are back in school, so schedule your project today that was put on hold this summer with Powell Exteriors KC Easy Financing and pay no interest until 2027. Whether a custom deck, patios, siding to windows, or roofing, they do it all, and they have a 10-year workmanship warranty. Take advantage of this fall weather and get your home improvement projects knocked out. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate now. The power of KC is Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
Chiefs Checking for Community America is for real fans. Because real fans know tap to pay is the ultimate play. Zero fees mean you win with ease. And big savings at the team store means you can score more. And who doesn't love scoring more? Community America is investing in helping Chiefs fans step up their financial game. Get started today at CommunityAmerica.com. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union. Invested in you.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For Omnicon Productions and Amazon Radio, this spot is titled Queen of Kicking It. It is for U.S. English lead up and it's 15 seconds. The ISCI number is 4AMD3124000.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side at Lee Summit, US 50 westbound slow rolling from 3rd Street up to 470. Kansas side 70 eastbound a little heavy past 110th Street in towards 435 with ongoing construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You hear him on game days in the booth.
Quickly, they get chunky and funky with stretching the fields vertically.
And Thursday nights at 6 during Players Only.
Spitfire, hot fire take.
Here's Chiefs Radio Network color analyst Danon Hughes on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
That's right. 7:20 on a Tuesday means Danon Hughes gets junky and funky with you on 96.5 The Fan, and it is brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue, and it's also brought to you by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. We join now by Danon Hughes here, former Chiefs wide receiver, and you can hear him every single game as the color analyst with Mitch Holtis on the Chiefs Radio Network. Danon, I want to ask, 6-point favorites going to New York where the Chiefs have never beaten the Giants in their stadium. What say you about this game moving forward?
What's going on, fellas? I think, here's what I think. The Chiefs haven't played their best football. They played 2 games. They lost both games by 1 score with opportunities to be 2-0 in games that, quite frankly, last year and probably the past 7 years, we would have won. We would have figured out ways to get out and escape with a victory. That does not mean that this is a bad football team. This is a team that's just not playing up to the potential. And the Giants, although they put up a lot of points against the Dallas Cowboys, I think we're a better football team then. I think many people think we're a better football team then, and obviously those people that make all those big, bright, shiny, expensive buildings in Vegas think that we're a better football team then. So we just got to go out there and execute it. It's going to be good to be back home for me up in Jersey. Iowa is playing Rutgers on Friday, so I'll get a chance to see that.
Cool.
My high school's playing Friday. Shout out to Bayonne High School. So I'll get to see that, and then hopefully celebrate the first victory of the season with our Chiefs on Sunday against the Giants. So it's going to be a fun-filled weekend, but it's time.
Yeah.
It's time to get over the hump.
It is. And I was listening to WFAN yesterday, and Boomer Esiason was talking about, the Giant game, and he's like, oh, wow, they look good on offense. And he goes, yeah, but they're playing the Chiefs this week, and we know that's a legit defense. Dallas isn't a legit defense. And so even in New York, they were kind of talking about what the Giants did on Sunday as, eyewash, basically. And, the Chiefs have an opportunity here with the way that they played on Sunday from a defensive standpoint. If you could limit Jalen Hurts and that Eagles offense to essentially nothing, and then you have an opportunity to go out there and really do some damage to the Giants from a defensive standpoint.
But I think the one caveat is that Russell Wilson has played decently to well against the Chiefs in the past, even when he was, in that craziness with the Denver Broncos. He actually put them in positions to win games against us. And he likes to throw the deep ball, unlike what we saw from Jalen, where he just was, not pulling the trigger. Russell, his biggest asset is his ability to throw the deep ball and challenge corners down the field with his talented receivers, especially Malik, Neighbor. So, I mean, I just feel like this can be a tough game. Obviously, it's a great game for them because they're 0-2, and they are playing on their home field against the great Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm sure the rhetoric around that organization will be, this is our opportunity to show the world. This is our opportunity to show that we're not as bad as our start, and maybe this is the opportunity for us to get over the hump from their perspective and get some positive going. So, I mean, there's a lot to be said about this matchup. You never overlook another team. I don't care how much you are favored. You never overlook another team, and on any given Sunday, anything can happen, and we just have to stay focused about what we do. This is a game, and this is one of the coolest things about this Chiefs organization during this stretch of success. Every week, it always seems like we just got to do what we do. We got to do what we do. And this is a perfect example of that. Going to the Giants, we can't make it about the Giants. We have to make it about us. We have to make it about 100% effort. I do, as I mentioned with you guys last week, I do Big Play Danon and Danon's Data on KSHB each week. And my big play, actually, it's usually just one play. But this week, spoiler alert, it's going to be two plays. And it's going to be the Omar Norman Lott hit on Jalen Hurts.
Beautiful.
And it's going to be the Josh Simmons chase down and the effort from there. And mainly, are those two of the biggest plays of the game this last week? No. But those are the epitome of what efforts need to be displayed on the field for us to get back into our winning ways. And it's fitting that I'm going to be talking about rookies doing it because some of the efforts of the veterans need to take a page out of the book of these guys because that's what's necessary. And I feel like even though they go through their normal routine on Monday, watch film as a team, then break out into meetings and watch film individually with each position, those are the things that I would highlight from the game against the Eagles is the effort plays. And then I would make sure that everybody is accountable to each other, the superstars all the way down to the rookies, accountable about your effort and your energy that you bring to the field. And I think that's one of the main ways we'll get things turned around.
So, Dana, I want to ask you a question about both units, one on the offense first, then the defense. On the offense, I know there's a long laundry list of things that you could find wrong on this team because you're 0-2. There's just, there's more bad than there is good. I would assume that we can all agree to that. What is one thing on the offense you think that will get better throughout time with this team?
One thing I hope to get better, well, let me spotlight one thing and put one narrative to bed, hopefully. When Patrick Mahomes runs the ball, it is not indicative of pass protection breakdown all the time. He had 7 rushes in this game. He led the team in rushing again. I want to make sure, and I did this during the broadcast with Mitch and Josh actually during the game. I pointed out, here's a run by Patrick. Great run. It is not the offensive line's fault that he ran this time. He just opted to take a vacancy and tuck the ball and run. And we have to make sure with all the history, especially last year of the offensive line breakdown, sometimes we got to give them more love at times when they're not at fault. He was rushing, I'd say of the 7 rushes that he had, he got sacked twice. I get that. One of those times was in a time where it was obviously a passing situation towards the end of the game. So, yeah, the defense, you tip your cap to them when they know 100% that you're going to throw the ball. They can get after you. The other ones, I'd say of the 7 main rushes, 5 of them were not the offensive line's fault. They were just a product of Patrick improvising. And I think that's a great thing. So we got to make sure that we're spotlighting that so we can protect the offensive line. Not that they need protection, but just protect the narrative that they're not pass protecting as well. Now, as far as your question about getting better on offense, take some shots downfield. I think Patrick, he'll tell you he can be more accurate with deep balls and giving wide receivers chances down the field and playing on time. When he plants his back foot, I want to see more of plant the back foot, ball gets delivered. He had a little bit more pepper on it when he threw the pass to Travis. Travis should catch that. Catches that ball 99 out of 100 times. It bounced into the hands of the defense. But those timing passes is what's necessary for this offense to move forward. It doesn't always have to be about Patrick moving around in the pocket, buying time, making magic, making guys miss, and then finding somebody open down the field. You got to move on time.
Does it bother you that Travis was so heated on the sidelines the other day, or is that just football? Like, take me from a player's perspective down there.
It doesn't bother me at all. 100%, it is not an issue. You did not see him jump in the face of a coach. You did not see him push anybody. You did not see anybody tussling on the sideline, getting broken up. That is just a product of football. When you have the passion and you know your blood, sweat, and tears, and you're putting your body on the line, and you know the work, just because I'm yelling towards my team doesn't mean I'm disrespecting my team. It doesn't mean I'm saying that they're not giving 100% effort. You're just saying, hey, we got to do better. Mm-hmm. And then in the heat of the moment, it comes out in yelling and screaming. And I don't think anybody ever takes it for granted. Now, I will say this. If you are screaming and yelling, and then we go into film, and then we see lack of efforts, then that can be a fracture. Not saying a major fracture, but that can also be an eye-opening experience, because for me as a player in that locker room, if I'm one of the guys that was yelling on the sideline, and then the eye in the sky that doesn't lie shows that I didn't give 100%, then I'm accountable to myself. So next week, I'm going to give 100% because I don't want to be spotlighted as a guy that keeps yelling but not giving 100% on the field. So it can work both ways, but I think they're both positives.
Dana, when you look at the defensive side of this football team, what do you think gets better with the defensive unit?
Well, I hope that we can get better with pressure and disruption with just four guys. I loved the way our defense came out, and it was like the first rounds of Hagler-Hearns, where we came out from the onset. We were like, you're going to play at our pace defensively. And we rushed the quarterback. I think the first 3 snaps or 4 snaps, it was 4 different defensive backs that put pressure in the backfield, either stopping the run or pressure in the face of Jalen Hurts. Shamari Connor came on one. You had Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, which I think it was his first in 2 games, his first few times of actually blitzing from the cornerback position. And then you had Jaden Hicks as well. I want to say the only defensive back that did not have any action in the backfield was Brian Cook, and that's because he's the deep safety. So I like that we put our foot on the gas pedal from the onset, and we set the tone for the game defensively. But I'd like to also see that tone be set where it's not all about the blitz, that we don't expose our defensive backs to potential big plays down the field or pass interferences or anything like that, because we're sending the house at the quarterback. So I would like to see that. I think every really good defense, although they have the ability to blitz at any time and put pressure on quarterbacks, the really good defenses over the history of the NFL have always been able to just rush the quarterback and have some success with 4 guys.
All right, Dana, before we let you get out of here, the tush-push became a topic of discussion, and it will be continually to be a topic of discussion because now we have the video evidence that they're offsides and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Should the refs just throw a false start penalty on every play that they do the tush-push now?
I think if it's clear-cut, I watched the Chargers run it last night with their backs against the goal line against the Raiders, and there wasn't any false start, and they got a push. At least I didn't see that. From the Eagles' standpoint, they seem to have made it abundantly clear that that's what they do. They're going to move early, and what they're doing is the ball is pulled behind the center. So if you move early on the sides, both sides, if both guards move early, then it is nearly impossible for the officials to see if the ball has been moved. But they have done it every single time. So there has to be an adjustment on where the center is snapping the ball, where his helmet is, so you can actually see the ball. I think any play that you can't officiate correctly and the opposing team, in this sense, the defense, can't do what the offense does, if the offense can push people forward and the defense can't, that's 0 for 2, and that play should be stricken from any game plan and the rules especially. But if you can't officiate it and you can get a running start, like, what are we supposed to do here? So I think it was the death of the tush push just because of the media and the visuals, and we probably won't see it in years to come.
Well, Danny, we appreciate it. Have fun being back in your homeland this weekend. Let's get a win against those Giants.
Bring me some bagels.
Hey, forget about it. I'll be back.
Okay, we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
All right.
That is Dane and Hughes, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. Also brought to you by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3.
Velociraptor. This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
Let's do it. One word. Tyreek Hill back as a Chief. That story is now resurfaced. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk yesterday said they have interest, the Chiefs that is, in trading for Tyreek Hill. One word.
Florio is the word that I'm going to use. When he says something we like, we believe it's fact. When he says something we don't like, we believe it's fiction. So I'm just going to throw Florio out there as my one word. I will say this. When I ask people about Tyreek Hill, it's crickets. Take what you want from that.
It says a lot.
I will say that it is, continued. It's obvious the Chiefs don't have a good room of receivers right now, but the thing that is hidden is that one of the receivers is coming back, who is essentially going to be the same role that Tyreek Hill would be here, right? Worthy?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Rashee Rice, who's not hurt. He's just facing a suspension. So it's, I don't know, maybe still continued talk. I mean, it's going to be there. It's a homecoming. There's ties. He's not happy. The Chiefs aren't productive right now. So, yeah, just keep continuing to build that, and continued would be my one word with it.
It's funny you bring that up because I talked to a buddy of mine yesterday who's a scout for a team in baseball, and we were talking about, he's a big Chiefs fan, and we were talking about Rashee Rice coming back. He goes, and this is, again, his perspective is he's been in baseball for 50 years, and so it's a good perspective to see. He goes, are we sure Rashee Rice is going to be as good coming back? Like, we don't know. The guy hasn't played. He's coming back from an injury and a suspension, and we're doing a lot of relying on a guy that we haven't seen since, week 3 of last year. There is a question about that.
Yeah, but it can't get any worse.
No, well.
He's going to look great. He's going to be amazing. A lot of news concerning Tom Brady. Let's start with the fun stuff. Fantasy football tournament. He's coming out of retirement for this tournament. He's going to join Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, Max Crosby, Gronkowski, Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett, and others for the Fanatics Flag Football Classic.
That's what I thought you said flag. You said fantasy. I was like, but flag.
Yeah, flag. Sorry.
Yeah.
For the Flag Football Classic, it'll take place in Saudi Arabia in March of 2026.
So we're against it, right? Because is this live money? Again.
Seems like it.
I love it. I love it is the one word that I'll use. I just like seeing athletes in kind of a different element. Yes, it's football, but it's flag football. It's fun. You get to see the personalities, and I don't know. I just like watching athletes do things that I can't do. So I think it's going to be great.
Fun. I mean, Fanatics always put something on. So now in the football world, there'll be something from this game, like a piece of a flag on a card and signed a 1-on-1 auto.
Oh, that's right, too.
Right.
Yeah.
There's layers here to this.
Yeah.
So McCaffrey, maybe like a piece of his cleat and then a signed autograph card that you have a chance for, because when Judge was past Gehrig with the 4th home run, there's now a 1-of-1 auto of Judge. It's like 364 Aaron Judge auto, 1-of-1 New York card, and like a piece of his glove or something on it. So, yeah, there's always
Did they do
ways.
a card when he passed Yogi first? Because he passed Yogi, then he passed DiMaggio.
DiMaggio's who he passed.
Do they do a separate card for each? Because that would be kind of cool. Imagine if you got both of those, like 1-of-1 cards where he passes Yogi and then passes DiMaggio. That would be a really cool collection.
Going on a paid free vacation, you get both those cards.
Oh, my God. Sell it right away.
100%.
It'll be Sean Payton, Kyle Shanahan, and forgetting the last coach. There's 3 coaches for those 3 teams.
Well, probably Mike McDaniel, right?
Yeah, probably. He'll be looking for a job by then. More news with Brady. This took over the internet last night when they found out that he was in the booth for the Raiders game. He's getting to get intel on these teams for his Fox color commentary job, and then getting to use that intel the next week for Chip Kelly and their offensive meetings for the Las Vegas Raiders. One word.
However you spell that. I feel like
A-H-H-H-H-H.
Yeah, isn't that like, because the sigh is my word for that, because I think people are just looking for something here, right? And if it makes people mad, I understand that. I do. I get that. But also, we're talking about the NFL, guys. It's not about doing what's fair. It's about making basically every team 8-8, 9-7, where everybody's in it. Everybody's got a chance to win. Everybody's got something. The storylines are so huge in the NFL. What's the storyline coming out of that game? Like Seinfeld, what's the storyline coming out of that game last night? It was a 20-9 game, right? So they made Tom Brady the story. It's the storyline. I would imagine if coaches didn't feel comfortable with this, they would probably say something about it. But you don't hear that from the coaches, you know? So I just think we're creating something that's bigger than it needs to be.
Yeah, I think my one word would be unfair. Let's go ahead and have Clark Hunt in those meetings as well, since, part owners can be in those meetings too. So, you're in the booth, you're getting intel, you're, texting these guys, hey, by the way, Chip, here's what they're working on in Washington. Oh, by the way, the Raiders play those Washington Commanders in week 4. And he's on the call in week 3, which is interesting because Jaden Daniels won't be in that game. So either way you want to look at it, I don't know. It just seems a little weird, I would say, is my one word. So
yeah, that's a fair word. It is weird. I mean, there's just no other way to kind of describe it. It is a weird thing that is going on. But again, as we know with the NFL, they want to sell storylines, man. It's not about whether or not we think it's the right thing. If we were doing what was right, we'd flag the tush push every play.
The Royals are not underdogs in this game coming up on Sunday. They are 6-point favorites, but there is somebody that needs to start running a little bit better because he is an underdog in this city right now. That is Isaiah Pacheco. We talk about him on the other side, plus we go from the best or the worst in the NFL here in 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Nick Bolton, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, Missouri, you've got an opportunity to play right now today on the Underdog app. That's right. We're through 2 weeks now of the NFL season, and you've got a good feel about what these teams are all about. And Underdog is the best place to select entries and win money all season long. And you can play right now, this minute, in the state of Missouri. And playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats, like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. And if you get all your entries right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. You got baseball going on with the pennant races. You've got football getting ready to get into full gear. You've got college football going right now. Do what I do. Combine entries from multiple sports into one selection to see what you can do. So download that Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code Bob and score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5 with promo code Bob. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Dane Hughes here. I've seen a lot of stat lines in my playing days, but these numbers, they caught my attention. Flight by Yingling. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, and all the crisp, refreshing flavor you want in a light beer. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, so you know it's got some serious history behind it. If you're into stats and taste, you're going to love this beer. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Dane and Hughes. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Synergen X and Low T Center are the original MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. They have been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade. Look, since starting, a lot of other players have entered the field. But Synergen X and Lotse Center, they're the pros at providing you the most medically driven, results-focused, and winning approach to restoring the quality of patients' lives with hormone care. I'm telling you, because as you get older, you might notice you're more tired or not motivated. It's just harder to get to the gym. I'm crushing it, and you guys could be too if you go check out Synergen X and Lotse Center. For a limited time only, visit Synergen X or Lotse Center for a free hormone consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia, such as jerseys, balls, and helmets, or even win a pair of tickets to a major sporting event in town, such as baseball game, football, basketball. Book your appointment now at trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com. You'll be wishing you did it sooner.
Whether you're looking for a Bronco, an Explorer, an F-150, or even a commercial vehicle, Robside Ford has the selection.
That's right, Kevin. We've got it all. And we've got the lowest prices in Kansas City. No gimmicks, just great deals on every new Ford.
And it's not just inventory, it's how you do business. Robside Ford makes it very simple.
We do it different on purpose. Non-commissioned sales team, upfront transparent pricing, top dollar trade-in values, and a process that's actually easy.
You've even got the reputation to back it up, Bobby. Kansas City's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google. 4.8 stars, 3,000 reviews. Wow.
And this year, we're proud to be voted Best Car Dealership in KC by Kansas City Magazine.
So if you're ready for a better car buying experience,
come see us at 135th and State Line or check us out at robsight.com.
From Broncos to F-150s to work trucks, Robside Ford has what you need.
If you want simple and easy, you're not going to find a better spot.
Robside Ford. Buy right. Drive happy.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-APP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound heavy before 110th Street crawls over not quite into the 435 interchange, but pretty slow in through there with construction. 635 southbound pretty heavy from Gibbs down towards I-35, and then 35 northbound heavy at the merge with 69 highway. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Back here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Bob, you have a theory about Isaiah Pacheco you want to let people know about?
I do, but first, man, Roy Hobbs passed away today at the age of 89. You know who that is, Mac?
Robert Redford.
Robert Redford, you know who he is? I told you he wouldn't.
I figured he would.
We had a bet.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Robert Redford passing away. All the President's Men, which is a movie you probably should watch if you're in journalism and you've never watched it, about the Watergate scandal. And, I was using that analogy a couple of months ago when I was, doing some stuff with the stadium stuff, and I was meeting people in parking lots to have conversations about this. I'm like, damn, it's like all the President's Men all over again, right? But great movie. Robert Redford, really good actor, good director as well. Obviously, for sports fans, you know him from The Natural. Played Roy Hobbs, one of his great roles, and I think some, if you're a sports fan, probably say his best role, right?
Did you know lightning struck the tree and that's how they made his bat?
Yes.
Yeah. That's just my inner Jay Binkley. That's why they called him The Natural, because he was naturally good.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. So your theory on Isaiah Pacheco?
I got a theory on Isaiah Pacheco, and I'm going to put it out there, and I think this is good.
Najee Harris has better eyes at running than Isaiah Pacheco?
Yeah, right. Well, anybody does at this point in time, but I don't think it's about the eyes. I think it's about the injury, and I was thinking about that when somebody put out this video of Isaiah Pacheco not following Creed Humphrey, which would have been 1,000 yards he would have gained on one play had he followed Creed Humphrey, right? And it was like a run up the middle, in between the tackle run, and he bounced it outside. And I'm looking at that play, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, why did he do that? Because this was a guy who a year ago would take that ball and just blast through the line of scrimmage, right? That was kind of his calling card. That's what kind of led Josh and I to say 2 or 3 years ago, no chance this guy gets another contract in the NFL. Look how hard he's running. And we wanted to tell him all the time, stop running so hard. Take it easy. It's okay. You're going to burn yourself out. And then last year, we get to the Cincinnati game, and boom, snap goes the leg, right? Where did that run happen when the snap goes the leg? Where was that run?
The middle.
Up the middle, right? Up the middle. Hard, powering run up the middle. I don't think it's his eyes. I don't think it's his lack of ability. And I don't think it's the offensive line. I think it's trepidation. And when you're in the NFL or in any sport, and I've talked to a number of athletes about this over the years, and they all say the same thing. Coming back from an injury, the rehab, all that kind of stuff, and we can ask DJ about it. The second time he came back from the Achilles, he had Mike DeVito to work out with him, and it was something that really got him through because they were working on the same injury together, and they have both said if they didn't have each other, they don't know if they could have gotten through that injury situation, right? So here's Isaiah Pacheco, came back last season after breaking that leg running up the middle. But from a mental side of things, it doesn't look like it's clicked back for Isaiah Pacheco. Like, he is not ready to take that chance again. And I can't say that I blame him, because we've all been there, whether it's like you and I were talking in break, Dusty, about diving off a diving board or riding your bike as a kid down a hill. Once you do something and experience that it's okay and you get comfortable doing that, then you go back to it. Problem is, in the NFL, it takes time as well, and you have to visually see yourself doing that and be ready to do that. And for me, I look at Isaiah Pacheco, not at a guy who's not healthy, not at a guy who's quote-unquote lost it, not as a guy who doesn't understand where he needs to go. I got a guy that I'm watching run right now with trepidation, who may be a little fearful of going up the middle again because the last time he did, that leg snapped, and he doesn't want to get back to that point in time. The rehab sucks. You're on an island by yourself. You're not able to do what you love. And so I kind of get it from that standpoint. However, if that is the case and he can't get by this, then we have no room for you here, right? Like, we have to move on. That's the harshness, the harsh reality, if you will, of playing in the NFL. You may feel this way, and you may be right for feeling this way, but I need you to do this, and I need you to get past this. And if you can't get past this, then we have to move on. No knock against you, but we need to do what's best for this organization. And through 2 weeks, I'm looking at a guy that's kind of running with a little trepidation right now. And he did at the end of last season, too. We just didn't know we were in a playoff race. It didn't matter. We went to the Super Bowl. But now you're starting to see that kind of stuff. And to me, it just looks like a guy who hasn't mentally gotten back to where he needs to be able to be that powerful runner again.
How much of that do you think is weight on the line that he's trying to continue his career in the NFL and get the contract?
Well, I think
know
there are injuries factors in probably, right?
And then it just seems like there's, I don't know if this is true or not, but a team that's been predominantly great, right? Won their division 9 years in a row. They've been to 3 straight Super Bowls. How much of it is that they're realizing that they're not as good as they were, and they feel like they still are, and that pressure is mounting, and they're playing with added pressure, more so like Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, like, this is my last year. It should be perfect. It's not perfect. This is starting to add stress. I'm starting to get angry. Clearly on the sidelines, getting emotional with people constantly. So I wonder how much of that is also part of this whole thing.
Well, I think there's obviously some emotion and stress, obviously, of trying to get back. But there shouldn't be stress this year. This, as we've talked about, should be the American Pie season, right? You go out there and you just play and have fun. It's senior year, right? That's the way we've talked about this. They're playing like freshmen, right? They're playing like this is their first time at the rodeo. There is a little trepidation, I think, from everybody. Travis dropping a pass like that. They're playing with stress. Last year, I understood playing with stress, and they handled it brilliantly. They won 10 games, in the last play of the game, basically. And they handled that stress brilliantly last year, going for a three-peat up until the final game, right? It was unbelievable. There's no pressure on this team this year. That's why it's weird to kind of watch in these first two games, them kind of play with that pressure of the fear of losing versus, like Mike McDaniel talked about. Go out, and your football coach on Saturday, you talked about too, Butch Davis or whoever that guy is,
Josh Heupel,
down there at Tennessee.
Knoxville, yep.
And you had said it, the guy coached to lose, not to win. And
Coach not to lose, not to win. Yeah, exactly.
And I think some of these players right now, maybe they're playing a little bit not to lose instead of playing to win. And with Isaiah Pacheco, though, for me, there may be some of that pressure, but ultimately it has to be about him getting that confidence back, feeling comfortable running through that line of scrimmage. And if he never gets there and he never gets to that point, then I don't have any use for Isaiah Pacheco anymore. I mean, that video, I'm sure, is going to be shown and already probably has been shown to Isaiah Pacheco. Like, bro, dude, what are we doing here? This was your bread and butter. You got 52. Follow him. He was leading you to the promised land on that play. And he didn't see that, didn't take it, maybe didn't want to take that, right? Maybe he's just not quite ready to take that leap yet.
Maybe Nagy needs to call him out in the press conference.
Yeah, I mean, how much time do you give him to wait? Because I agree with you. Maybe some of it could be trepidation, and because it looks like physically he does have his top speed back from last year. I don't think he was physically fully there last year after the injury, but this year it seems like he's got his top speed, but he does not have any vision. Not like he ever had exceptional vision before, but we don't have a lot of time. Like, you've got to get this going. You've got to be able to run.
What are your options, though?
I agree.
That's the thing. And
calling teams. I'm calling every team.
And look, I guarantee you Brett's doing all that.
I
right?
assume so,
We're out here figuring things out. I'm not concerned about that in the least, right? And people would say, well, why did you bring all these guys back? Well, you finished the season last year. You didn't know potentially. And again, this is my theory. This is nothing that I've had conversations with anybody about, but it's my theory after watching that play. You missed a golden opportunity, and you went, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go this way, right? Like, you look at the high dive, and you kind of get up there, and you're like, nah, I'll just take the low dive. I'll just do a cannonball, and we'll call it good and whatnot. I think he needs to get truly that first, blast up the middle, get hit, realize he's okay, and then it will happen. The problem is, how do we get him to do that, How do we get him to blast up the middle like that and get hit and get taken down and be okay? Because once that happens, he's going to be fine.
Take some of his snap swing and give him to Brashard Smith.
Love it.
Could do that too. Yeah. And again, we talk about it. I know nobody wants to hear that. You got CEH floating around on a practice squad out there right now.
I'm giving anyone a chance.
Yeah,
dude.
That's exactly right. I'm giving everybody a chance and an opportunity.
I'll
run
some routes.
Yeah,
we've seen that.
It's not routes, it's running. I mean, Mahomes is your leading rusher 3 games in a row.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hey, man, what did you make of Mahomes yesterday? Was that his best performance ever?
Best running performance ever, that's for sure. Coming up on the other side, Bob's Bonehead of the Week here on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Leo Chanel, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friend Dawn Sharp, she has got this thing figured out when it comes to the real estate business. I was talking to somebody yesterday who deals with a lot of folks and a lot of real estate agents, and he said to me, he goes, my goodness, Dawn Sharp is unbelievable. She really is the best at what she does. And I'm hearing this from people all over town now, and I'm like, yeah, I know she's the best. She is flat out awesome. And you think to yourself, why are some homes sitting on the market for months while others sell in days? Well, Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team have the insider answer that could change everything for your sale. And they can give you options as well. With the Sharp Homes team, if you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, great. Contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And you can find them on Google. It's so easy. Just type in Sharp Homes team, and Dawn Sharp and her team spend thousands of marketing dollars every month to attract more buyers, which increases the demand and sells homes faster for top dollar. So find out everything you need on Google. Google Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team, and start packing.
98 years. That's how long Overhead Door Company of Kansas City has been repairing and replacing garage doors. Locally owned and operated since 1927. Headquartered in Olathe. Always look for the iconic red ribbon of the genuine, the original Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. For same-day repair service 24/7, call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at ohdkc.com.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you will not want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Alex to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of 96.5 The Fan. Must be 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Get your home ready for the change in seasons with a $69 HVAC tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. Our pros can help you lower energy costs, prevent costly breakdowns, and make sure your system is running at peak efficiency right when you need it most. And it's all backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Sports brought to you by the Salvation Army and registertoring.com.
KC Companies, give back this holiday season. Adopt a kettle with the Salvation Army. Get your team out ringing bells for a great cause. Adopt a block of shifts or full days. Go to registertoring.com and make a difference. That's registertoring.com.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
71 northbound heavy into downtown from 22nd Street, 70 westbound into downtown. You're slow from 18th Street. It's also heavy 670 eastbound crossing 35. 169 highway southbound gets slow before the bridge for about a mile crawling along. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Listen to the Royals and Blue Jays this Sunday on The Fan, AM 610, with Vern's On Deck show starting at noon. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
I will say this. We did 100 days until the NFL season starts, and we were like, man, that went really fast. 100 days from today, it's Christmas.
That's
right.
Lord, man.
Wow.
Remember, we were 100 days away from football, right?
That's crazy.
Give us the countdown to Christmas every day now, Mac. We should.
Mac's Christmas question.
Yeah, Mac's Christmas countdown. Put people in a good mood. Like when they play the holiday music at Arrowhead the other day, like they do for the Hallmark thing, don't you just immediately feel better?
I was looking up, holding that mic. I was like, what's going on? Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, they've done it for the last couple of years with the Hallmark movies now and whatnot. Who's going to be in the Hallmark cast? It's a great, instead of like, they do it at all the ballparks you see, but this is a Hallmark-based one. And they play Christmas music every time. And I just feel good every time that promo runs inside the stadium.
Getting close.
It is 8 o'clock on a Tuesday, which means we get to Bob's Bonehead Raw.
Bob's Boneheads.
That's right, Bob.
Is that raw?
I think so.
Okay.
Like that guy eating that hot dog at the tailgate yesterday.
Yeah. JV football on a Monday night, they're grilling out like this. This is Kansas City in a nutshell, baby. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
My bonehead of the week has to go to the Giants defensive coordinator.
Oh, man.
You take the lead with, 23 seconds to go, 25 seconds. It was under 30 seconds to go in a game on Sunday. Why are we playing the prevent defense if you're the Giants? It prevents wins. I remember the day Steve Spagnuolo was hired as the head coach of the St. Louis Rams. He had just finished losing a football game as defensive coordinator of the Giants in the playoffs. My dad was pissed. And he said to me, he goes, ask that guy if you ever see him why he ran the prevent. And that was like the first question I asked Steve Spagnuolo when we had him on the show the day he was hired by the Rams. Why are you running the prevent defense? This is like 2008, 2009, right?
Wow.
And so, but prevent defense has been something for generations that has prevented teams from winning. Now we're looking at these NFL defensive coordinators still use the prevent defense. And this defense has been preventing NFL teams from winning since most of these coaches were born. And now in the NFL, I don't know if you guys have realized this, Harrison Butker is like a normal kicker now in the NFL. Yeah. He's the norm of kickers in the NFL. Dallas has probably the best kicker in the league right now.
Brandon Aubrey.
So you're up by 3 with less than 30 seconds to go. What do? You play the prevent defense. All you need now is one completion to move the ball down the field, get out of bounds, and set up. A 60-yard field goal is nothing anymore. You just essentially need to get the ball just past midfield for these kickers in the NFL. So my boneheads are any defensive coordinators that are still running this prevent defense. It didn't work in the 80s when kickers couldn't make a kick over 35 yards. And it sure as hell isn't working right now in this era of football because the kickers are too damn good. Stop playing the prevent defense. Stop going out there and giving a cushion. Go out there and stay aggressive. That defense never works. And right now in the NFL, it should go way of the dodo bird because all you need is a couple of yards for these kickers to nail them through the uprights now, man. We're watching 60-yarders like it's nobody's business.
And you're starting on the 35 with a touchback. So with that math, you're talking 20, 22 yards. That's 60.
Yeah. And you're running the prevent defense, 10 yards underneath here, 10 yards underneath here, 5 yards underneath there, kick the field goal, win the game, or tie the game, send it to overtime. However it is, I just don't think these defensive coordinators have adjusted enough to what we're seeing now out of the kicking game in the NFL because it's as good as it's ever been, and these kickers are magicians. I mean, what they're doing out there, kicking that oblong ball 60-plus yards in the air straight through an upright.
It's incredible.
Holy crap, they're good, right? So stop playing the prevent defense, boneheaded defensive coordinators, because you're just costing yourself at this point in time. We saw it last night. Houston doing the same thing.
Exactly the same thing. That was crazy. That was even crazier, too.
Was that a prevent defense in the 13-second game?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Harrison Butker,
boom, done.
And they did it in 10 seconds. There was still, people forget there was still 3 seconds left on the clock.
There's still 3 seconds on the clock. Like, what are we doing here? Like, we're watching games, massive games get determined because these defensive dopes are running these prevent defenses. It never has made sense. And then you have the prevent offense, too. Don't try to prevent yourself from winning. Go out there and win the game. Stay aggressive. You've got to stay aggressive the whole time.
It's like we change everything that we know in the last couple minutes of the game. Everything that we've prepped, that we've learned, that we've studied for years, and that goes thrown out the window in the last 2 minutes. You become a different coach. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Go back to your what made you? What made you get in the lead in the first place?
Yeah, you've got a lead in this thing. Go hang on to that lead. Don't prevent a win.
Yes.
Speaking of a lead, and boneheads, the Chargers and Jim Harbaugh are 2-0 in the AFC West. Correct.
It's two-day.
Denver and the Raiders 1-1, Chiefs 0-2. The question that got brought up yesterday was Is it easier to name the best team in the NFL or the worst team in the NFL?
Hey, what do you guys think? I was wrestling with this myself. I was sitting there last night and I'm watching this Texan game and I'm thinking, God, there's a lot of 0-2 teams that we have talked about. Who the worst team is in the NFL? It's probably easier to decide that than it is to decide who the best team is in the NFL. You can see badness. Greatness sometimes develops late, but you can see a lot of these bad teams. I think right now, I think all of us would probably say the Miami Dolphins are the worst team in the NFL, right?
Yeah, because it's everywhere.
It's everywhere, yeah.
Right. Like, I think the Saints are bad, but I think it's because they don't have a quarterback, but they have a new structure at head coach in Kellen Moore.
And they get a pass.
Right, and they still have Alvin Kamara. They have Chris Olave. Their defense is decent, and it's not like a catastrophic failure there. The Bears are bad because they have a bad GM and their quarterback can't do well off the script, but they still have Roma Dunze, who's emerging as a good wide receiver. They still have DJ Moore, who we have to make sure is still wearing a Chicago Bears uniform. But they're not like, I mean, they're close. They're the way it's sounding in Chicago right now, it sounds like it's similar to Miami, where like maybe it's not the quarterback they thought. Maybe the general manager's not this guy that came from the Brett Veach tree that like maybe is like whatever it's not supposed to be. But I think Miami, from like where their head coach is, where their quarterback's at, and then morale.
Yeah,
plus, like
that's
you
huge.
look at like you look at their defense. We talked about it before the season started. They got rid of all their defensive players. Like Jalen Ramsey's in Pittsburgh and has been amazing. He had a game-saving tackle against Garrett Wilson week 1, and then right out of the chute in their game this past weekend, even though they lost, he had an interception. Like he's still they traded him. And I think that when you look at that, they traded Jonnu Smith, who is like a good receiver or a good tight end for them last year. And they got Darren Waller, who has yet to play a game.
So we joked about that. Like that, he's really back on a roster after retiring.
And he's not healthy.
And he's in Miami, right? Like you can't make this stuff up.
Getting $5 million.
They signed the guy who quit to go sing music who's not healthy to get $5 million to. That's the Dolphins in a nutshell right now.
Crazy.
So I think you're right about all that stuff that you just mentioned there. It's everything with Miami. Like this is now year 4 of this thing, right? And it looks like it's, I don't even know what, -2 here. You know, like it's really, really bad down there.
Like Carolina's bad. It's between Miami and Carolina. Those are probably your 2 worst teams, right?
I don't know. I think the Saints would probably be there.
But but he talked about the Saints and said why they're not in the conversation this year. New coach, they don't have a quarterback. Like it's a rebuild in New Orleans.
Just get a pass. That still means they're bad.
Well, I mean, they're bad, but that's what he said. They're bad, but they're not the worst in the NFL. The worst is the NFL is this year 4 of this whatever because it's dissipated.
No, I agree with the Dolphins for sure.
Yeah, like Spencer Rattler's not out here being like super inaccurate, and he's not the reason. They're just a bad team. They don't have a lot of stars, and they have an aging running back. They have a new head coach.
Right.
But like the situation overall in Miami makes them, to me, worse because there's no getting better than this until like they just start cleaning house and then sending people off and getting assets and getting rid of your general manager who's failed, getting rid of your head coach who's now failed. That to me is like it's a trickle down effect whole team. Best team to me is far and away the Buffalo Bills.
Okay, see, I totally disagree with you for those reasons that you just gave with Miami. To me, it's Green Bay. They've been, to me, the most consistent team in 8 quarters of football so far. Solid on offense, solid on defense. They look like they're kind of in midseason form. The thing that holds me back on Buffalo, the 40-plus points they've given up, man. Like, that's a lot of points to be given up, man. That was a lot of points to be given up and to have your quarterback come back.
But again, that's week 1, and what if they never give up 40 again?
Yeah,
the rest of the year?
Then we'll have a different conversation.
But that's the first week of the season where I think halfway through that game, both of those teams looked at each other like, all right, this is just going to be a shootout. Our quarterback versus your quarterback. Winner takes all. Let's just go after it.
Yeah, and then you had the Jets in week 2, so it's the Jets. But I just know from like consistency standpoint in the 2 weeks we have to go on, I'm looking at the Green Bay Packers right now as I put them as the best team right now in the NFL, but to me it's more about the consistency of the Green Bay Packers. They're good in every aspect of the game. Where do you stand, Mac?
Yeah, I think I go Packers overall, but yeah, Bills are right there.
Yeah, the Bills are right there. Probably number 2.
Yeah, it's a little preview of Mac's pack for tomorrow.
Love that. 24-hour tease here for Mac Morey coming up on the other side. We've done our best to worst. We get back into what these Kansas City Chiefs can do to improve in this season. There are a few spots that could get better and a few spots that need to get better. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Josh Simmons, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you something. My friends over at QC Kinetics are thinking, hey, man, you need to feel better right now, right? Yes, you. That's right. You need to feel better right now. You got that knee problem that's been bothering you. You've had some shots. Maybe you've talked about having some surgery. You're just not there and you don't want to do that. Maybe your shoulder's barking. Maybe your back is in pain. Whatever it is, QC Kinetics is here to help. They want to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, actually help heal and restore. And the results are long-term, lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, plan it around doing whatever it is that you want to do. You want to walk the dog for hours. You want to play with the kids till they're tired. Hey, maybe you just want to do everyday activities like walking up the stairs without pain. QC Kinetics has no surgery, no drugs, and no long recovery. Just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab your MRI and x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday at QC Kinetics.
Kids are back in school, so schedule your project today that was put on hold this summer with Powell Exteriors KC Easy Financing and pay no interest until 2027. Whether a custom deck, patio, siding to windows, or roofing, they do it all, and they have a 10-year workmanship warranty. Take advantage of this fall weather and get your home improvement projects knocked out. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate now. The power of KC is Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
It's football season and I can't wait for the games. And now I have even more reason to cheer on the Chiefs. I just head to Hy-Vee the day after any game and score savings at the pump with my Hy-Vee Perks card. Win or lose, I earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score based on the amount I spend. If the Chiefs score 35 points, I save 35 cents per gallon when I spend $35 on groceries. The more we score, the more I save only at Hy-Vee. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
It's game day, and nothing says Chiefs football like the aroma of a tailgate grill. Kick off your pregame party with a Kingdom Meat Bundle from Hy-Vee. Get 4 boneless chicken breasts, 4 pork chops, 4 bratwurst, and 4 chuck patties for just $30. Plus, get a 10-cent per gallon fuel saver. Toss in some chips and dip, side dishes, and Chiefs-themed baked goods. Score the extra point with your favorite tailgate beverage from Hy-Vee Wine and Spirit. Just one stop for all your game day needs, only at Hy-Vee.
Man, if your stream isn't as strong as it used to be, or you're taking more breaks to the bathroom than the last 2 minutes of a televised football game,
there's another timeout. We'll be back after this.
it's time to get checked. An enlarged prostate, or BPH, could be the cause. And Kansas City Urology Care is here to help. Fast answers, trusted care. Don't wait. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa,
We've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Ring the bell! We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late, and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, K10 eastbound, heavy past Cedar Creek Parkway, stay slow out past Woodland. 70 eastbound, heavy approaching 110th Street, stay sluggish into the 435 interchange with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Man, it's down bad in Cincinnati. Did you see the fight that happened in the Cincinnati crowd?
Oh, boy.
Some older guy with a Burrow jersey just gets a right knuckle shuffle to the jawline.
Wow.
Not great. Man.
What did he do to get that?
I don't know. They got into a wild fist fight following Joe Burrow's injury on Sunday.
The funny thing is now, and I know this has been around for a while, but since we have the ability to all of us have phones in our pockets and cameras in our pockets, you're actually seeing the stuff that always took place, but we never saw it before because, well, there was no way to capture that, on tape. Did you see the guy, was he at the Dallas game? And the security was leading him out, and he dipped into a row and took off his hat and hid, and they couldn't find him. And so he ended up staying in the game. I thought that was a great video. But, people have been making asses of themselves forever at these games. Now we got the ability to just capture it all the time.
Was it every stadium or most stadiums have, the visual camera where they can, pretty much see everyone who's sitting in every seat? So, if you do something, they can be like, oh, where was that person at? It's I don't know. We were in section 232. And they can go right to that section and be like, here's every seat, every row, every person. It was that guy.
That guy right there, yeah. A lot of people don't like those cameras that are up there, but I feel like if you don't like those cameras, you're probably doing something wrong.
Get in a fight after your quarterback gets hurt. It's never good. Yeah. Also, did you see that Carson Wentz is probably going to start Sunday? Is that if Kevin O'Connell can get Carson Wentz to win that game?
Who do they have?
This Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I think is it the Bears?
I think it is.
Is it Vikings?
So they have a bye.
I think it is. I think it is Vikings-Bears.
It's the Bengals.
Or the Bengals.
Yeah,
so two quarterbacks.
So still a bye. So two backup quarterbacks. They quickly called Spiro Dides and said, you're on this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Carson Wentz looks awesome and guys are open and they're driving down the field, I mean, we should have a conversation about that. That's all I'm going to say.
About, okay.
Kevin O'Connell or Carson Wentz?
Kevin O'Connell,
about
Carson Wentz, or J.J. McCarthy.
About what that means for Kansas City and how we aren't scheming guys open and how Carson Wentz was not efficient or productive at all in this offense when we saw him against a Broncos defense that didn't have anything to play for.
Fair point. And almost lost an underdog.
Well,
bet.
the Chiefs really didn't have anything to play for that day. Yeah, I almost
Those
lost my
guys
underdog bet with 1 yard.
Those guys on our team absolutely had things to play for. Absolutely.
Well,
they're fighting for their lives.
I guess. Yeah, but I mean...
And you want to beat the
beat the Broncos,
yeah. And they got beat 38-3.
Carson
Wentz did they score that many points in that game?
Carson Wentz threw for 8 yards?
Yeah.
Bob, you barely made that
bet.
bet.
I know.
Right. But yeah, I think that's interesting because he's What is he, the first quarterback in NFL history to start for a team in 6 consecutive years, and they're all 6 different teams?
All different teams. So wait, Philadelphia, Indianapolis, Kansas City, now Minnesota. Who else did he play for? Who he play for?
Shout out to brother Ryan.
Who the hell else did Wentz play for? Did he play for
Washington? Right? Didn't
Oh,
he?
that's right. He did. He had a
And
hot
the
minute
Rams.
there, and the Rams.
Yep.
Yeah,
nailed it.
That's it.
That's
Wow.
insane. 6 years, 6 different teams, 6 starts.
Carson Wentz in year 3.
I mean, that's
Gosh, I
crazy.
remember when I thought he was the truth.
Oh, God.
Well, he was an MVP.
He was awesome.
And then Nick Foles
Yeah.
in the room and said,
Yes.
I'm going to steal your Super Bowl, and then your juju's gone.
It's over.
And then we're going to put a statue to me up. The coach is going to get fired. You're going to get traded, and the rest is history. But what happened with Carson Wentz there?
Weird, man.
Something went on where like nobody believed in him, or like there was something that like didn't sit well in the locker room.
Yeah, that
maybe?
could have been it.
I don't remember what it was, but it was like this guy's got to go. And now he's a career backup. It can make good money just kind of hanging out,
sure.
you know. But he just joined Minnesota last week. I mean, this isn't a guy that's been on the roster all preseason.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Wow.
he didn't have a job in training camp. So
we were like, well, he hasn't been signed.
yes, we had the conversation like 2 weeks ago, and here he is now starting. Life comes at you fast in the NFL, doesn't it?
Good luck.
Hey, you weren't doing anything last week. Now you want to start? Start. I just wanted to come and hold a clipboard and collect $4 million. You want me to play? I'll pass.
Yeah, that's tough. But yeah, Carson Wentz, man, probably going to start. And then who's the backup in Washington? I know that's not.
Oh God, no. I mean,
It's not Sam Howell anymore. Back in Washington.
no. Thurston got traded. Yeah, he's in Seattle now, or was. I don't know. He may not even be in Seattle anymore
I don't think he is either.
because they got rid of him.
I think so. Let me look up.
Because what? There's a backup in Cincinnati playing. This is week.
Yes, we know this guy very well.
Don't tell me. 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 Don't tell me.
Okay.
I heard you say something, but we know this guy very well. Oh, it was a Mariota?
Yes.
I heard the
Yep. Sorry, I messed it up. Marcus Mariota.
No, that's fine.
So Jake Browning, Marcus Mariota, Carson Wentz, week 3 of the NFL.
Woo!
Right.
I mean,
Tell me where you rather be. 2-0 with no quarterback, or 0-2 getting healthy.
yeah, we asked that yesterday. I think it's
You know?
I think that's what I said. Would you rather be the Bengals right now 2-0 or the Chiefs 0-2?
Well, you asked that question yesterday, and then like 85 other quarterbacks got injured as the
Yeah.
day went on
Yeah,
yesterday.
crazy,
like
man.
every 10 minutes, it's like this guy's out, this guy's out, this guy's out, and you're like, damn. So now, how many quarterbacks do we have? We got 3 starters already out for an extended period of time,
Right.
in the NFL. Those are the teams that might as well just cut their heads off and quit, because you got a backup quarterback at the most important position in the NFL or in sports, really. And now you're using a backup, and that's not necessarily a good thing.
I don't think this game, by the way, Josh Briscoe coming up in about 5 minutes. I don't think this game is going to result into a game that we've seen in the past when it comes to a team that you are more talented than on the road. But I go back to that Tennessee Titans game way back. Mac, you remember this one because you were probably in that. I know you were there when the Chiefs got absolutely blown out by the Titans,
I was
right?
at that one.
November sometime. It was over at halftime. It was 24-0 at half.
And the Chiefs wouldn't lose another game.
And I think the problem with that game was that we forgot that Tennessee had a pretty solid front four.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people via text line, via YouTube, via Twitter, whatever it is. This offensive line is ass for the Chiefs. They're just hating on the offensive line. It's 2 weeks, whatever your opinion may be. A lot of people are just trying to figure out what bothers them the most in an 0-2 start. This New York Giants offensive or defensive line gives me a lot of similar vibes to that Tennessee Titans team. They are big, they are fast, they are athletic. They have a rookie in Abdul Carter that could be explosive, and this is a test.
Brian Burns has dominated this year.
And I think
monster.
And I think that's something that goes unnoticed. Do I think the Chiefs are going to lose this game? I do not. I do not think Mac will be on Instagram this week saying that the Chiefs will lose to the Giants.
I will not.
I think this will probably be one of the more accurate scripts we have when we do it on Friday this year. Now, the one thing that I do worry about is people that look at the line and see -6 Kansas City on the road. That I would stay away from, because I think this is a game where you're going to try to get things figured out. You're going to put them into motion, and you're going to do it against a team that you are more superior than I think you could probably, we can all agree on that. But
doesn't mean you win.
That offensive line is going to be in a dogfight this week. And you look at 2 guys, Kingsley, Juwan Taylor, and you have a guy in Jalen Moore who you signed in the offseason who is champing at the bit to possibly get in there and prove that he can be an offensive lineman. And I look at those two positions going into this week to start the conversation of what the next week is on a Tuesday. Now that everything's done and we move on to week 3,
right.
It's that offensive line versus that Giants defensive line.
And that's the key matchup. And there's no other matchup really that you need to concern yourself with as a fan for this game. That's where the game is going to be won and lost. And I look at Jalen Moore, $10 million, right? He's standing over there on the sidelines. We can get better on the offensive line. I think the number one spot of need right now to me is left guard. I think Jawan Taylor had the come to Jesus meeting with Matt Nagy and, just kind of, okay. And he was brilliant on Sunday, saved the hold at the end of the game, which didn't have an impact. He was fantastic, I thought, on Sunday. It's the middle of the line. There's too much pressure coming up the middle. So you've got Jalen Moore on your team. I would give Kingsley the opportunity, but if it doesn't get better, then maybe you have to put Jalen Moore in there at that position to strengthen your offensive line. Because that Giants defensive line, man, I would trade every guy on our defensive line right now for every guy on their defensive line. Even Chris Jones, I would make that trade. If I had to trade straight up our D-line to get their D-line, I would make that trade right now. They're athletic, they're fast, they're young, they're hungry. Young. And I said Brian Burns has dominated. That guy's got, I think, 4 sacks already this season, right? I know he had 2 in the game against Dallas the other day, and I think he had 2 in the opener as well against Washington. And so Brian Burns is the guy. That's Jawan Taylor's guy this week, by the way, guys. And there was a video of Brian Burns to show you how good he is. There was a video of him in the first game against Washington taking their right tackle and just bull rushing him right back into the quarterback, like with no sort of, struggle at all. They've got Abdul Carter. They've got Dexter Lawrence. They got Kayvon Thibodeau on that defensive line. That is a foursome out there that is going to need to be reckoned with by the offensive line. It's going to be a big test for our offensive line, but that's where games are won and lost. They say it all the time in the trenches. I think the Chiefs win this football game, but man, if they don't take care of their business along that offensive line and neutralize somehow, some way that Giants defensive front, could be a long day again for Patrick Mahomes. He'll probably be the leading rusher again.
I know last year we talked about how a lot of people said that the reason Joe Thuney was struggling at times is because he was helping out the left side.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's any, because we keep getting this on the text, do you think there's any theory of that with Creed Humphrey having to be over there and help out?
To me, that's too far to help out an offensive tackle, and I don't think Jawan Taylor needs help. Jawan Taylor just needs to stay on sides.
I think he's speaking to Kingsley. Do you think Creed's helping Kingsley to the left?
A little bit. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'd have to watch it more.
Maybe, I'd have to. Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
It has a domino effect, yeah.
But it does. It really does. One bad offensive lineman has an effect on all 5 offensive linemen. But again, you can't allow yourself to be impacted by that. You still have to do your job. And if that guy next to you isn't doing his job, the camera will show that. And so you got to do your job, because if you don't do your job and you do his job, now we got 2 people not doing their job.
Somebody who does his job every pre- and post-game on the Chiefs Radio Network and his job every Tuesday at 8:30 is Josh Briscoe, who joins us now. Briscoe, where is your level of offensive frustration?
Oh, pretty high. I do still feel better today than I did talking to you guys this time last week because the defense looks so much better. But I mean, we know what the missing pieces are in terms of what plan A and plan B were. So I'm still willing to give a little bit of leeway in terms of this is a very physically shorthanded offense in terms of not having your number 1 and number 2 receivers. I also am pretty bummed that the offense looks as toothless as it does right now, especially the running game just kind of being non-existent. So genuinely frustrated, but also short-term pessimistic, long-term relatively optimistic is kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, and I think that's the logical way to look at it, Josh. Yeah, short-term, it's okay, but long-term, you're like, all right, we're getting our 2 best offensive weapons back. While everybody's losing their quarterback, we're getting our 2 best offensive weapons back. And so that's a good thing. And when you can get guys back mid-season, that's going to be kind of a shot of adrenaline. I think just having Xavier Worthy back potentially this week is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, I do too. And you asked it earlier. I would much rather be the 0-2 Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes than the 2-0 Bengals without Joe Burrow. The window of where this team goes is still about as open as it's ever been because Patrick Mahomes is the guy that decides how open your window is. But I think you can still look through these first 2 weeks. I'm sure the Chiefs have looked back at the film for these first 2 weeks to say we can't have an offense that is closer to dental work than it is to just making anything anything easier for Patrick Mahomes. It's been pulling teeth through 2 games. They've got to find some answers. Even if Worthy doesn't come back, or if it's obviously just Worthy until you get Rashee Rice 4 more games away from now, there have to be some easier answers, but I think in the back half of the season, as long as the whole season hasn't gone up in flames, I don't think it's going to. 0-2 is a tough start, but I really do think the back half of the season, we're going to kind of be able to put some of these games away as we see them more at full strength. But you guys have already touched on a few of the things. There are still real issues in the meantime. So I don't want to downplay that while still acknowledging I think the upshot here is about as good as anybody.
We were talking on together on Sunday about what we wanted to see from this defensive unit, and one thing that I completely didn't even think about was the fact that there's a mobile quarterback there, and Spags' situation is, I'm just going to blitz almost 20 times. Do you like that strategy? Does that work? Do you see that happening with Russell Wilson this week, who can be a statue? If you let him throw the ball, he will try to go deep on you. A secondary that's got some questions. Where do you see this defensive strategy this week, Mr. Briscoe?
I think it was objectively the right thing with the benefit of hindsight last week. I do wonder, to that point, how many times can you do that? And can you do it just infinitely, which may be on the table? The issue there, I think, is that the reason that Spags went so blitz heavy and so aggressive and did so many different things, one is that it was working against Jalen Hurts, so I think that was wise. But two, I don't know how they were getting pressure any other way. I mean, Chris Jones has won a bunch of matchups. I could do without the victory formation talking, but that's neither here nor there for the time being. And George Karlaftis has just kind of been erased by a really good offensive line this weekend and a really banged up offensive line back in week 1. So I think you almost have to play that way, especially for Russell Wilson, where like everything that the Giants did this weekend was deep ball, home run shot, let Russ cook, throw the moon ball, and wait for Malik Neighbors to try to come down with it. And that's something you have to be wary of. You can try to do your cover zero blitz and then play a jump ball thing, which is what happened with Devontae Smith and Trent McDuffie on Sunday. It was all pressure, and Hurts just got rid of the ball before the free rusher hit him, and that's the only part of Trent McDuffie's game where he's not going to be at an advantage against most of the NFL. The jump ball thing is just not really what he's built for. So I think you have to make sure Russ doesn't have time to wait on those deep ball opportunities, because that's the spot where apparently, with last weekend as the evidence against the Cowboys, apparently that's the way he can still kill you.
Yeah, and look, the Chiefs' defense is better than what the Cowboys are going to put out there too, right? Yeah. I mean, so I don't expect. I think that's more of an anomaly from Russell Wilson than what we see the norm. I mean, we've seen the last 3 or so years of Russell Wilson, and it hasn't been that good. That was like, wow, okay, he went out there and beat up on a bad defense. Chiefs have a good defense. I still need more out of Chris Jones, though. I mean, we talk about having to blitz all the time, and while you're talking about that, I'm sitting there smiling. I'm like, I like the blitz, man. I do. But I also go, I don't want to have to blitz. I want my 4 guys to be able to get home. And that's why I need more out of Chris Jones out of this kind of stuff. Like, it sounds like we're picking on some of these guys, but you make the big bucks. You got to make the big plays.
Right, and I know, I feel like we've had this conversation on and off now for the last year and change. It's always like, we would like to see more from Chris Jones, and also I would like to see more from his supporting cast. And both of those things are true, right? Like, that's fair. Chris Jones is talking about numbers and stuff, and he hasn't racked up any this year. And also, I beg everyone to ask themselves the question, what does this defense look like if Chris Jones isn't on it?
Sure.
What is the pass rush if you replace Chris Jones with more Jerry Tillery or full-time workload for Omar Norman-Lott, who you hope keeps continuing to climb? I think here's how I'll split the hair for you. I think if Chris Jones is the exact guy he is right now, and the players around him improve by 15%, I think this defensive line would be fine. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're seeing that from any of his supporting cast right now, so I think it's reasonable to say, hey, we are going to need you, Chris Jones, to get into Superman mode here and be able to be the one-man wrecking crew that, we saw Max Crosby a few times last night. And again, we do see this from Chris Jones still. It's just by and large, if he's the only guy winning, George Karlaftis being able to clean up a busted pocket that Chris Jones burst through the middle, that's kind of the MO there, and Karlaftis has just kind of gotten washed out. Mike Dana obviously gets hurt last week. Charles Omenihu's had a couple of moments here and there, but not been nearly consistent enough. It is obviously a team effort. The defensive line is a unit, just like offensive lines are. So I am willing to say that you want to see more production from Chris Jones. And I still end up looking at the edges and just wondering, when are they going to get their money's worth from anybody else on that defensive line?
Yeah.
Again, Omar getting the sack was really good. I'm optimistic about him and Ashton Gelati. But other than that, it's a group with too much invested to have as many questions as it does right now.
Speaking of questions, as we talked to Josh Briscoe here on 96.5 The Fan, DeAndre Swift, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, Nick Chubb all have fewer rushing yards than Patrick Mahomes through 2 weeks in the NFL. Is that concerning to you that he's running this much, or is it just more so like this is what we're going to see until week 5, or we're going to see this until we get Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy back on the same playing field?
I believe he has more rushing yards than Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco combined,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
That's the one that concerns me. Yeah. It's funny because, like, think back to January, any January with Patrick Mahomes. You can remember half a dozen of those like big game clutch runs where you go, wow, he's been mostly living in the pocket this season. And then when the game is on the line, he puts his body on the line and wow, incredible. Mahomes does it with his legs. I didn't think we were going to see that in week 1, and I was hoping we weren't going to have to see as much of it in week 2, because that's been a break glass in case of emergency kind of option for the Chiefs offense. Hey, if things aren't working, Patrick Mahomes hero ball. And the fact that they ended up breaking that glass the first 2 weeks of the season, that's concerning to me more so than just like Mahomes on the move. He's smart. Obviously, he's taken some big hits and delivered some big hits this year, but I'm not like worried about him out in open space, really. I am worried about the structure that's gotten there. It's why I would love to see a more competent running game to just take a little bit off of his shoulders. But you have to ask, like, how do you survive? How do you make sure you are ideally 3-3, but like you have to be aware of the fact that you could be 2-4 when Rashee Rice comes back? And I don't think that's a death sentence for the season. I'm not even sure if that's a death sentence for the AFC West. They'd have to do a lot of winning in the back half. But you have to make sure your head is above water when you do get Rashee Rice back. And I don't know if this is the coaching staff or if this is Mahomes, and maybe it's a little bit of both. I think you say, hey, if me going on the run is the thing that keeps us alive until Rashee Rice returns, then that's what I'm going to do. So I totally understand how the team and Mahomes got there. I would like for that to stop for the middle back half of the season, and then you can have him do the Mahomes magic stuff on his feet in the playoffs again too.
You know, Josh, my theory is with Isaiah Pacheco right now, it's not about his bad vision. It's not about this, it's about his mental state from battling back from that injury. And I think Isaiah Pacheco is timid right now to run up the middle. I mean, there have been 2 plays now. One that was sent to me earlier this morning in week 1 where Josh Simmons is leading away around the side and he's not going with him there. He's going the wrong direction. And then we saw the play where Creed's leading it up the middle and he's kind of bouncing it outside again. And I'm thinking to myself, I think it's trepidation. I think he's a little bit scared to go up there because that's where he got hurt a year ago.
Yeah, so that's kind of funny. I won't call Isaiah Pacheco scared of anything, just for what it's worth. I would like to make that that's the opinions of Bob Fescoe and not necessarily the opinions of Josh. No, but so here's the funny thing, Bob. I texted somebody yesterday. I said, man, I wish Isaiah Pacheco would have gotten 30 more carries in the preseason, or 30 more snaps even. Just like give him a little bit of that runway, because I think he looks a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And to your point, I'm making fun of the word choice, but like a little bit of timidity, I guess, and just kind of getting back into the swing of it. And look, I don't really think in the modern NFL, I don't think you can live in a world where you give a running back 25 carries just to get him in a rhythm anymore. You could do that 10, 15 years ago. At that point, the game may be over. I would like to see Pacheco have that chance, though, to find his rhythm and to find a little more of a groove. And again, 10 carries doesn't magically make him productive. But I felt a little bit similarly in terms of like, man, he hasn't gotten a whole lot of live run since that injury. Obviously, He returned for the back half of the season, not even back few games of the season. But I'd like to see him be able to knock off a little more rust. And right now, I don't know what that's going to look like, because all these reps all matter now.
But I think he just needs to go up the middle and get hit and bounce back up and realize it's going to be okay. And I think then he'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, and he's been a guy who obviously has never shied away from violence. I mean, who has initiated it so many times. So yeah, I think there's something interesting there where you come back from a very serious injury. You're playing I think, the most dangerous position in the sport, and you have to be an engine for your team. And if there's a little bit of hesitance in that engine, yeah, it's gonna look janky. Again, I'm kind of with you on that. Again, I just wish he would have gotten a little more work in the preseason so he could feel a little more confident where he's at now.
And that's a great angle by you, one that I didn't even consider. Maybe that would have been the right way to do it with a guy coming back from an injury like that. So that's a good observation on your part, I think.
All right, I'll take that.
Briscoe, enjoy the late night on Sunday night as it's Briscoe After Dark on Sunday as they go
We'll see you Monday morning when we come in.
Yeah, I figure we'll just tag in, tag out. How do you guys want to do that? You bring donuts, we'll give you some leftovers from dinner.
As long as you got coffee ready, we're good to go. Briscoe.
All right, I'm going to need somebody to teach me how to brew it. I have not used the coffee machine there yet, but I'll figure it out just for you guys.
No doubt about it. We appreciate the time, Briscoe.
Thanks, fellas.
You got it. That's Josh Briscoe, host of the pre and post game on the Chiefs Radio Network. Here on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up on the other side, Ken Rosenthal apologizes in a weird, most Ken Rosenthal way. He compares himself to a boxer. Yes, one of the most famous boxers of all time. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Isaiah Pacheco, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, let me tell you about my friends over at Foaling because they do an unbelievable job entertaining everybody. It's the best entertainment venue in Kansas City because it's perfect for everybody and every event that you could possibly imagine. Hey, you want to impress somebody on date night? Take them Foaling. It's a lot of fun. It's unique. It's different. It's something they will always remember. Want to take your family out for a great night out? Take them to Foaling. Kids versus parents. Let's go. Let's have some fun doing that. Or if you're thinking about maybe an early holiday party, don't do the same old thing. Take your group to Foaling and let them fool around and have the time of their life. Foaling is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And they're located at 435 and State Line. And what you do is you set up the bowling pins just like you're going to bowl. Instead, you throw the football at them. You knock those pins down, and whoever gets them down first wins. Then you re-rack, and you play again. Get that middle pin down, the bonk horn goes off. It's called the bonk pin, the 5-pin, and you get to put your name on the wall. You get bragging rights. Plus, no matter what event you do at Foaling, you can cater your own event, and they got an awesome bar as well. So check them out at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, or stop by and see them at 435 and State Line, and get your foal on.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on at Synergen X and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Are you ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with a personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets for major sporting events. Female patients are also eligible. For more information to book an appointment, visit trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com.
Well, guys, remember that first time? The first time you remember it, right? Many guys do remember it, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment for you. And if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. Heartland Men's Health has treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time you make that the last time it happens and get over to see my friends at Heartland Men's Health. It's easy to schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health. Their initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Plus, they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Around here, we've got each other's backs. When it comes to health insurance, we want that same kind of support. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City gets that. They're from around here, too. Backed by the national strength of the Cross and Shield, they help you make confident choices, no matter where you are. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. From here for wherever you are. That's the benefit of blue.
This football season, it's big beef season. Join the Booth Creek Wagyu revolution and taste the steaks, burgers, even Wagyu hot dogs that are changing the way America eats beef. Booth Creek has 2 convenient locations at 95th and Knoll and 135th Street in Metcalf, where they sample mouth-watering Wagyu every day. And their beef experts will lead you to the perfect cut with same-day delivery coming soon. Life's too short to settle for lame grocery store meat. Your tailgate is made for more. Choose Booth Creek, always open at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Getting the job done right the first time protects your home, time, and budget. This summer, get $500 off a water softener and filtration combo. Schedule at anthonyphce.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound heavy around 110th Street heading in towards 435. Then it slows again around 57th Street, stays sluggish towards 635. Missouri side heading into downtown 71 northbound very heavy from the Paseo. 70 westbound heavy into downtown from Truman. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
You know, sometimes in life, you muck it up, right? Sometimes you say something that you shouldn't have said. You do something you shouldn't have done. You act in a way that you shouldn't have done it. And the one thing that merits something after that is an apology. Well, Bob probably will have a Richard of the Week this week. That was probably somebody he mentioned on Monday.
I mean, my Richard of the Week actually found today, and I'm not going to give you a hint on it because it's hysterical.
Nice. And yesterday we saw the video of Sunday Night Baseball when the Brewers won, and they went and did the whole typical cliche, dump the cooler on the player that's getting interviewed with Ken Rosenthal or whomever. Gets the interview after the game with the what do you call it, the field reporter, like Joel Goldberg, whatever, right? And Ken Rosenthal kind of like backed up the other way and then knocks the cameraman over and then stared him down.
Like mean mugged the guy, like after he just scored a touchdown.
Yeah, like he was going to do something.
Right.
We all know he's not. And it goes viral. And of course, that's today's world. Hey, this guy did something stupid. He did something, arrogant. Shouldn't have done it to the cameraman. And Ken Rosenthal went to apologize. And this is how he apologizes.
I want to talk about what happened Saturday night when I accidentally bowled over Scott Paulus, the Brewers team photographer.
So Radishut, messed the guy's name up,
right,
and said bowled over.
Bowled over.
while I was getting out of the way of the Brewers dumping water on Andrew Monasterio.
Stop it there for a second. He's acting like then dumping of the water is a problem. That you could hear it in his tone. I am trying to do stand-up journalism, which, by the way, doesn't exist in 2025. And these guys were trying to have fun because their fans love this kind of stuff. But I wear a bow tie and I don't have time for fun.
Now, the ever-observant A.J. Przinsky joked afterward that I looked like Muhammad Ali standing over Sonny Liston. Now, AJ, of course, is more experienced in these kinds of interactions than I am. And I must admit, though, when I looked at the video, when I saw this, I was surprised at how upset I appeared. I was more confused than anything. Now, I had to continue the interview. We were live, folks, on national television.
So what?
Couldn't stop. And that said, I felt awful about what happened. And afterward, I went up to Scott, who I've worked with in pits before over the years, and I apologized. And I apologized profusely because, let's face it, I don't think that you ever expect knocking someone down is going to happen in any particular situation. So yeah, sure, I apologized, and Fox is doing the American League playoffs this year, so I won't see the Brewers again unless it's the World Series. But if I do see the Brewers in the World Series, I look forward to working with Scott again in the photo pit, and I also look forward to sharing a good laugh with him over this.
We'll see if he has the same opinion.
That was as cold an apology as I've ever seen in my entire life.
In 21 seconds of excuses.
Yeah. It's not my fault. It's your fault. I do love how he still views himself as like a big cog in this world and in this life. Like reporters that take themselves seriously like that, that's 25 years past its prime. Okay, this is an entertainment business now. It's not about you getting the details on what went into the sack bunt in the 7th inning. That's boring. Nobody cares about that. We want to see the fun stuff. The reason these guys in baseball, after every win, dump a bucket of water over their guys, number one, it's hard to win a baseball game. We know that, right? It's hard to win in professional sports. So they're celebrating. They're enjoying that. Do you know who else loves that? The fans love that. And I go back to a conversation that I had with a member of a baseball team a couple of months ago, and we were talking about the entertainment side of things versus the athletic side of things. And this gentleman said to me, he goes, I do realize it. We're entertainers out here. These guys are entertaining the crowd. If that happens on live TV, Ken, I don't know, watch what Joel Goldberg does every single night. He rolls with it. He has fun with it. He enjoys it. He embraces it. And if you got to fill some time for 20 seconds while guys are kind of collecting themselves, well, that's your job. You should be able to do that. I know a lot of TV guys aren't capable of doing stuff that is off a script, but you need to do that. And Ken Rosenthal, I will say this to you. You're one of the problems with baseball right now. You're one of the big reasons why baseball has a tough time moving forward, because of that type of attitude right there. Trying to be bigger than the game. You're not bigger than the game. And if you left the game tomorrow, not many people would notice. We're here for the players. We're here for the fun. And that's what they were doing. And you tried to make it about you. And then apologizing like that was just so cold. It was a cold apology.
Somebody says in the 913, he's the one who voted Ichiro no.
Well played. You get the rest of the week. That has to be the Ichiro guy now.
Yeah. Expired. And then, I'm just going off what people are saying here from the 816. During the World Series, he had a bow tie next day delivered, and the UPS driver on my route was the one supposed to deliver it, and it hadn't come yet. He didn't have the package, and he was an absolute PR, you know what that is, just chewing out the UPS driver.
Oh, yeah, because it's the UPS driver's fault that your package didn't show up.
The next day package.
But it's how you treat people outside of what you do. You say it every day about doing nice things for nice people. And this story just continues to remind me of why I love Ryan Lefevre so much. And I talked about it yesterday, how Ryan Lefevre, Joel Goldberg, those guys would never treat anybody like they're bigger or better than them. And nobody in this business is bigger or better. There's a lot of egos, Dusty, that we deal with and we see in this business a lot, right? But it doesn't mean you have to be a jerk to other people. And that was just a jerk moment by Ken Rosenthal.
No doubt about it. Coming up on the other side, we get to Start Bench Cut, brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay's Southland Tow as we do Start Bench Cut here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is George Karloftis, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty
on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
All right, how's that nagging joint pain doing right now, right? Not good. You're waking up this morning and you're saying, man, I just don't know what I'm going to do today. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it through. I can't do what I want to do. I can't walk the dog today. I can't play with my kids today. I can't even walk up the stairs and go to bed tonight. I've got to do something different. That's why you need to flip the script and see my friends at QC Kinetics. They use regenerative medicine, which is advanced cellular treatments that'll help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out, but actually help heal and restore. And the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're planning around walking the dog for as long as you want. You're planning on playing with the kids until they get tired. And you're able to do those normal everyday activities. QC Kinetics says no surgery, no drugs, no long-term recovery. Just a smarter, natural way to get your freedom back. So grab your MRI and your x-rays, and they'll make sure you're a good candidate. Plus, your first consultation's free, so there's no reason to wait. Call QC Kinetics at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Appointments available on Saturday with QC Kinetics.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months.
0% event and a lifetime warranty. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Hi, I'm Sam Silvio with M. Shamus Brazilian Grill in the village of Burlington Creek. Holidays will be here before you know it, and M. Shamus is ready to get a jingle from you. From our all-you-can-eat hot and cold gourmet salad bar to our 12 cuts of beef, lamb, pork, or chicken. Go to mshamus.com to order our famous Brazilian glazed holiday hams in advance, or set a holiday party date for a table of 1 to a party of 100. Go to mshamus.com and discover the joy of dining.
Get your home ready for the change in seasons with a $69 HVAC tune-up from Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter. Our pros can help you lower energy costs, prevent costly breakdowns, and make sure your system is running at peak efficiency right when you need it most. And it's all backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save even more with limited-time doorbuster deals. Get your choice. DeWalt Elite Series saw blades, now $9.98.
Valid through 9/17. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Granger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
71 northbound heavy into downtown from 22nd Street, 70 westbound slow into downtown from the Paseo, Kansas side, 70 eastbound very heavy from 57th Street into 635 with construction where you're down to one lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
What's up, KC? It's Hollywood Brown. Tune in on game days to hear the play-by-play with Mitch, Danny, and Kling on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. Here's Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac with this week's edition of Start, Bench, Cut.
Oh, man, someone rained on our parade from the text. From the 785. That Ichiro comment is everywhere. Well, good for him to send it to us because I hadn't seen it yet. Speaking of that Ichiro comment, as we heard the kid wrote. Yep.
Keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Start Bench Cut brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow. Get in the know with Jay's Southland Tow. We start with insiders. Start Bench Cut. Ken Rosenthal, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport.
Hang on a second. Did you see what happened to the Masters just now?
Whoa, what?
Prime Video is now the domestic broadcast partner of the Masters next April.
Good.
Whoa, that's awesome.
The Masters will stream live on Prime Video from 1 to 3 Eastern on Thursday and Friday.
Okay, wait. That's it?
That's it. They're not giving you
What?
more.
That sucks. Yeah.
Sorry, Dusty. You went from sweet to
Most downloaded app in April every year. The Masters app.
Yep.
So again, Start Bench Cut, your insiders. Ken Rosenthal, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport.
I'd probably start Adam Schefter. I'll bench Ian Rappaport, and I'm cutting Ken Rosenthal.
I'll start Ian. I'll bench Adam, and I would have cut Adam before this last week, but now I'll cut Ken.
Yeah, I think Ken. Ken probably was a
Jeez.
but now you see who he is, and you're like, I don't want to be around
Gross.
that guy.
Guy sucks.
Hey, Jay Brzezinski joke. That looks like Ali looking over Frazier.
Dude, here's what you do. Dude, I totally messed that up. I'm bad. My bad. I didn't mean that. That was a terrible look by me. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I effed that up, bro. I'm sorry. Take the man to lunch.
Exactly. Yep.
I was hoping to be on Kyle Brandt's Angry Runs. We move on to Start Bench Cut. 2-0 teams after 2 weeks in the NFL. Bills, Rams, Packers.
I'll start the Packers. I'll bench the Bills, and I'll cut the Rams.
Right there with you. Right there with you right now, Bob.
Packers, Bills, Rams?
Packers, Bills, Rams.
Because I'm a little shocked that Matthew Stafford is doing what he's doing. I mean, obviously, Puka Nacua has been a heavy target, as he should have been.
Good.
Got the run for a touchdown this past week. We're just like, oh, my God, he's still going, and he's in the end zone. And then Devontae Adams was also in there as well. 1-1 teams start bench cut. The Lions, the Ravens, the Broncos.
I'll start the Ravens, bench the Lions, and I'll cut the Broncos. They don't seem right. There's
Agreed.
something not there.
Agreed.
I think they're the team that sniffed their own poop and thought they were good.
Yes.
And then they realized it smelled like poop. And it's too late to change because you've already eaten all that stuff and your diet's already out of whack. So we'll see you next year, Denver.
Yeah, they heard all the praise all offseason. They just thought they could go out there and look like all the praise.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work to do that. Yeah, I'm going to go, like you said, Ravens, Lions, and I'll cut the Broncos.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a heated debate on the sideline between Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
Oh, my gosh, that's right. Yeah, you didn't see that.
I did not. The golden child?
Oh, yeah. And somebody tweeted, which I will say I'm not a huge fan of, but I kind of understand where they were going. Yeah. Well, kids today, you just can't coach them. But I mean, we saw two quarterbacks basically just go out their head coach. Right?
Yeah.
We saw the Duval guy get yelled at by,
No, not yelled, just
waved off of. You know.
Like he just doesn't even matter.
Bo Nix just, rolling his eyes, if you will,
I'll
at
have to look
Sean
at
Payton
that.
on the sidelines and yelling at him. And, the boomer tweet of, the kids today. But you never saw that kind of stuff really before. Tom Brady would blow up on the sidelines and scream at that offensive coordinator who'd been around for 100
McDaniels,
years. But he never went at his head coach.
No, you just didn't have the camera angles.
Well,
and
maybe there was that
ability.
too. But you just see it a lot more now.
Basically, what happens, Mac? Bo Nix is coming off the field, holding his helmet in his hand, and says something and passing to Sean Payton. Sean Payton then turns around, looks at Bo. He turns around and looks like this, and then it's just like a little.
Little mumbling from Bo Nix walking along.
A little, yeah.
It's one of those things that you've done before, probably with your father, where it's like, I told you not to do that. It's like, I don't care. What'd you say?
What was that?
Yeah. And you turn back around, you stand on business, he stands on business, and it never ends up being good business.
Right.
We go to 0-2 teams, start bench cut. Texans, Chiefs, Bears.
Starting the Chiefs, cutting the other two. No, benching the Texans, and then I'll cut the Bears. They flat out. That Caleb Williams is just total garbage.
I don't think Caleb Williams is garbage, but I will have to cut the Bears for right now. That Texans defense is as advertised. That offense has serious question marks. I don't know if they'll be able to lift up and get some wins, but Texans don't need to score a lot of points. They really don't. If they score 24 a game, they'll have a winning record. Give me the Chiefs, Texans, Bears.
It's weird how they got rid of their starting left tackle, and now they have offensive line issues. Your quarterback
you
of
never
the future.
saw that coming.
Right. Laramie Tunsil, go protect Jaden Daniels. And we'll just stay here with C.J. Stroud, who's our future. We'll be fine. Kind of like Cincinnati. We'll pay Jamar Chase. We'll pay T. Higgins. We'll pay old boy Henderson on the outside. What about the offensive line? Oh, yeah.
We got that guy Brown from the Chiefs.
We paid Orlando Brown.
Our quarterback who's constantly hurt because he's always getting pressure. Okay, we'll be all right. We move on to backups that will be starting this week in the NFL. Carson Wentz, Jake Browning, Marcus Mariota.
God.
Yeah.
And by the way, that Browning-Wentz matchup is a doozy at a 12 o'clock game as the Vikings and Bengals will play. As Drew Nixon got here, he goes, saw on a tweet saying, can we just have this game start at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Well, that's what I was just going to say. They flex this thing to FUBU and it plays at 8 a.m., you know? Like, it's a bad one. I'm going to start Mariota. He's had playoff success. I'm going to bench Carson Wentz, and then I'm going to cut this Browning guy. Whatever. But they also signed 2 quarterbacks in Cincinnati today, Mike White. And who was the other gentleman that got signed?
Good question, Iguano.
Thank you. TJ Hushmanzada?
You say Brett Ripon, Sean Clifford, someone like that?
Sean Clifford, the big red dog. And then, Brett Ripon was already there. Jake Browning, obviously, there. They got Mike White and Sean, the big red dog, Clifford.
Ooh, yeah.
You know you're at dire straits. The microwave oven and the kitchen delivery. You're in dire straits when Mike White shows up to your facility.
Well, now you got to do the walk of life and be the Sultans of Swing.
You got to.
I'll go Browning, Mariota, Wentz.
The 3 teams the Chiefs have played all have certain styles of food that are all very wonderful. The California-style food, the Philadelphia-style food, or that New York-style food that you get this Sunday. Because you get bagels and Brooklyn-style pizza, right, in New York. Philly, you got the cheesesteaks and whatever else is good in Philly. And then Cali, I mean, it's just a different world over there.
Yeah, I'm so torn because you're talking about the best breakfast food ever, bagels. Real bagels. Nothing past the Delaware River counts as a real bagel. Pizza.
Yeah.
And nothing past the Delaware River really counts as great pizza. Then you got Philly with cheesesteaks and soft pretzels.
Oh, that's what they got, soft pretzels? Okay.
And then in California, you got like fish tacos and all that stuff. So the answer is yes.
To all of it.
I'll start Cali, bench New York, cut Philly, but that's tough.
We go to the Chiefs side of the things that you would start bench cut after 2 weeks. Running backs, D-line, secondary.
I'm going to start the secondary, bench the D-line, cut the running backs.
Yeah, you got to cut the running backs. What did you do? You started the secondary?
I started the secondary, bench the D-line, cut the running backs, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't like any of it.
None of it.
I'll start the secondary, though, yeah.
And then last but not least, we go to the surprised, maybe some 2-0 teams. Indiana Jones and the Colts, whoever at quarterback and 49ers, and Cincinnati 2-0 with the plethora of quarterbacks they have in their system right now. All 3 teams 2-0.
You laugh when you say whoever and the 49ers at quarterback, but I mean, if this kid plays well and you're the 49ers, you're thinking to yourself, well, we screwed that up. We didn't need to pay, whoever that guy was, Browning Nagel or whatever the guy's name is as quarterback. Like, that's a major mistake, right? But it also will show you how good Kyle Shanahan is, too, which, again, really screws Kyle Shanahan because the organization's like, well, we'll just never pay a quarterback. If you can fight all these guys and make them good, look what you've done so far with casts off, And so I'll start the Niners. I'll bench the Colts, and I'll cut the Bengals.
I'll start the Bengals because any backup quarterback's going into a good situation there. I know the O-line's tough, but you get to throw to Mike Gesicki, Chase Brown, T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase. Sounds pretty fun. I think I could even complete some passes. I'll bench the Niners and cut the Colts.
He does have the best nickname in sports right now with Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones is so good. I love that. When I heard Berman say that the first night of the season, I'm like, that's good.
So good.
That's Berman in a nutshell right there. That's why he's awesome.
We'll go to the text line for one more before we go to break. Cult classic 80 movies, Roadhouse, Goonies, Breakfast Club. Start, bench, cut.
Start the Breakfast Club, bench Goonies, cut Roadhouse. And that's not easy to do.
I think I've seen Goonies. I've only seen Roadhouse and Breakfast Club. So I'll start Breakfast Club, bench Roadhouse.
Starting Roadhouse, benching Goonies, cutting Breakfast Club. Ooh. Roadhouse.
Damn, Breakfast Club,
rips the guy's throat out on the shoreline. Coming up, we need to get to that point where we can get back to being that offense that can rip the throats out of defenses, plus what Mahomes needs help-wise and what else is bad right now that will tend to get better for your Kansas City Chiefs on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Creed Humphrey, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending will cure your blues just like they've done for us over the last 10 years. We've refinanced a couple of times with Golden Oak Lending, and just like anybody, sometimes you need to get cash out. Sometimes you need to pay for a wedding. Maybe you've got college tuition. Maybe you've got home repairs. Maybe you've got dreaded credit card debt, and you just want to get out of it and consolidate everything into one low monthly payment. You can do that with my friends over at Golden Oak Lending. Take their free mortgage checkup. I promise you it'll be the best phone call that you make. And the cool thing about it is it's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. And the other cool thing about it is you're doing all the talking. You're telling the folks over at Golden Oak Lending where you are and where you want to go with your financial future. And then they get to work. They'll look around and see if they've got a mortgage better than the one that you're currently in. If they do, that's fantastic. If they don't, okay, they'll let you know. They'll say, hey, we don't have something better than what you're in right now, but in 6 months, rates may drop. We'll get back with you. And right now, the average cash-out customer with Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month. Plus, if you refinance with Golden Oak Lending, you're going to go 2 months without making a mortgage payment. You can check them out at goldenoaklending.com, but better yet, have that conversation. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens. If there's one thing I know, it's zero troubles with zero bubbles, and it's been the perfect season to grab a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka at the K. And now you can get Surfside absolutely anywhere across the Royals network, including your favorite outlets in Kansas. Grab a delicious Surfside today. It's only 100 calories, and the best part, zero bubbles for zero troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game or hanging out at a tailgate. Ask for Surfside at your local bar and liquor store and grab it at the game. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Kids are back in school, so schedule your project today that was put on hold this summer with Powell Exteriors KC Easy Financing and pay no interest until 2027. Whether a custom deck, patio, siding to windows, or roofing, they do it all, and they have a 10-year workmanship warranty. Take advantage of this fall weather and get your home improvement projects knocked out. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate now. The power of KC is Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Look, I say a lot of dumb stuff. I try to keep it in front of large groups. Seems to go better that way.
Nate Bargatze, Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. T-Mobile Center, Friday and Saturday, September 19th and 20th. Tickets available at T-MobileCenter.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow The C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, expect a high of 90 with a possibility of showers and thunderstorms.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Your guys' boy, Mikey Florio, he's got his power rankings out. Since it is Tuesday, they all come out, right? You want to take a stab at who he's got at number one?
Well, if you're smart, you put the Eagles at number one. They're 2-0. They're the defending champs. They haven't done anything to relinquish that crown yet.
I'll go Green Bay.
Green Bay is third. Number one is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay. Good call.
He has explanations by all of them. They're finding ways to win like the Chiefs used to.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I mean, we talked about that on Monday. That's the biggest thing that's lacking from this game right now is knowing that you're going to, or from this team, I should say, is knowing that you're going to win. Well, we're not there anymore. You're like down 10 with 3 minutes to go used to be a win. Now down 10 with 3 minutes to go, people are headed to the exits. So they've got to get that back.
Because yesterday, I thought it was interesting that Mac had said this because obviously we do our show so early that he said the Eagles are just boring. They're not fun. And then I started watching other shows like The Herd and First Things First and all these things, and they're like talking about the same thing. Like, yeah, they're boring. They don't move the needle. They're not fun to watch, right?
Yeah, but they win.
But they win.
For sure.
They kind of remind me of that Pistons team that had Rasheed Wallace and what was that guy? It looked like an alien. Tayshaun Prince.
Yes.
Rip Hamilton. They weren't really flashy. They weren't really fun, but they just won.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big shot Chuck. And you looked at the team and you're like, yeah, roster-wise, they're they're a good roster. You look at the Eagles, A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown had 5 catches for 26 yards.
I mean, there was nothing from an offensive standpoint, but like I understand people.
And the longest pass was a
lollipop that never should have been done.
No.
But I look at, fun versus winning, right? Like if I'm a Chiefs fan,
they weren't fun last year.
They were not fun last year. But they won, and that's all that matters. And people were saying that last year. Oh, they're not that fun. Yeah, but they're winning. I'm not here to amuse you. I'm not here to be your court jester. I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to do my job and win a football game. Yeah. And if that means winning and you're not amused, I don't care, right? And so that's kind of how I would be if I'm the Eagles right now. Oh, you don't think we're fun? We're 2-0. Who cares?
we'll do the power rankings here until we get to the Chiefs. Number 1, we said the Eagles. Number 2 is the Bills. And the description next to it is, it's going to take more than a busted nose to slow Josh Allen down.
Yeah. We're going to take the Chiefs in January.
Oh, man.
Number 3 is the Green Bay Packers.
Right.
And then, quote, he says, they may not lose for a while.
Interesting.
I mean, they're a solid football team.
Good
really,
team, man.
Really good football team, yeah.
Don't think either of you had them making the playoffs. Browns, Cowboys, Bengals. Damn.
So we're looking at 5-0.
Cardinals, Steelers, Panthers. I mean,
6,
they
7, 8.
Damn.
Yeah, they may be making a run where people are starting to get that conversation going, and then they'll lose in the first round.
November 10th, primetime game against the Eagles at home.
That's the game of the
top
year.
Two NFC teams right there.
You said November 10th?
November 10th.
That's the first opportunity they have facing a team that isn't that good.
So
or
that's
that
Monday
is
Night
good.
Football?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, because our boy Nathan gets
Yes.
married on the 8th, and that's a Saturday.
Yeah.
Congrats, Nathan.
So is that the first game that they have against a real opponent?
Some would say Dallas in that Sunday Night Football reunion.
Well,
of Micah
that's
Parsons.
this week.
Yeah.
That's week 3.
Week 4.
No,
is it week 4?
Yeah, week 4.
No,
They
week
got the
4.
Browns. Then they got the Cowboys. Yeah, the Bengals without Joe Burrow. The Cardinals, I guess, have been okay.
Does Joe Flacco finish this game on Sunday? With that Packers
question.
defensive front, Micah Parsons, does Joe Flacco finish this game?
We get a little
And I don't mean
Shador.
hurt, but I mean you just can't put him back there with that much pressure.
No, you don't get Shador. He's not even running the scout team now in Cleveland. He's like
Water boy? What's he doing?
Well, whatever the fifth guy on the depth chart does right now.
Yikes.
Like they do not even have him running scout team. I saw at the end of last week, and so the bloom has kind of fallen off that rose. But it also kind of tells you, coach versus front office and whatnot. Like, why did we draft this guy again? It's he's not good enough to be our starter. You just wasted a 5th round draft pick. On this guy who everybody thought should have been a 1st round draft pick and can't get on the field as the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. That, again, back to the evaluating of talent that we talked about earlier. Everybody outside of NFL front offices is screaming that you need to take Shador Sanders. And this guy can't even crack the scout team for the Browns right now.
Number 4 on his list is the Ravens. And then says it's a lot easier to hold a lead against the Browns than it is the Bills.
But don't try to hold a lead. Go win a game.
I'm still in question about the Baltimore Ravens, and I don't know why. I shouldn't, because I know who their quarterback is and who their head coach is and who their running back is.
Well, maybe you're questioning it because you've seen it before, Dusty, and you're like, it's just the same old story.
Chargers come in at 5th. Jim Harbaugh had a special birthday cake for Pete Carroll. God, sweet. Number 6 is the Buccaneers. Yes, any team could have signed Baker Mayfield twice.
But nobody did except Tampa.
The Rams come in at number 7 with a return to Philly on deck. The Rams get a golden opportunity to do what they almost did in the divisional round last year. Beat Philadelphia.
I have the Rams above Tampa, I think, but that's fair. They're
I
close.
haven't watched enough of the Rams to know.
Yeah.
Number 8 is the Commanders. Jaden Daniels took way too many hits at Lambeau Field.
That seems
8.
high.
They lost their quarterback for a good month. I mean, and I didn't think they were playing that good at football anyway.
Well, this is power rankings, though. So
I
it's
know,
week to
I
week.
know. Yeah, but also too, it's power rankings week to week. But you lost your quarterback this week.
Yeah, that should matter.
That should
I
drop
agree.
you. Yeah.
Number 9, maybe the Lions. It is the Lions. Maybe the Lions should treat every game like a must-win game. There's a lot of anger in those Lions last week. They put on a show.
That was a revenge type of.
And then they unleashed Jameson Williams. 2 catches, 108 yards, 2 touchdowns, like that.
Maybe the first week of the season was kind of a look ahead for them, knowing what was they were facing in week 2. Who did they play in week 1? It was Green Bay, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't look good
They got
at
shellacked.
all. They got slobber knockered. But also week 2, then they come out and is it indicative of the Lions or is that how bad the Bears really are? Because I think it's a combination of
I think
both.
so, too.
I think the Bears are terrible. I think their quarterback just sucks.
Well, you keep saying that, and that's fine. They allowed 50 points.
I
Can we at least mention the
understand
defense?
that. No, that's
Like,
fine. Yeah, they gave up 50-some points. But as Dusty had mentioned, and we've seen it now 2 weeks in a row, once that script is done, Caleb Williams is useless.
He starts to look a little.
And you
deer in the
can't have
headlights.
that.
Nope.
Like you and
I
I
agree.
can play with the script. We know what we're doing. We're confident. We worked on it all week. Play 16.
Number 10 on the list is the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs need to reload around Patrick Mahomes or maybe rebuild.
Well, okay. We got 2 wide receivers coming.
Yeah,
They will
right.
reload.
They will reload, yes.
They will reload.
Notable teams the Chiefs are ahead of, the Broncos at 11, the Niners at 12, the Colts at 13, the Bengals at 14, and the Texans at 15. The rest of the list, you can go to Pro Football Talk and look at the rest of the list.
And
the
it's
Chiefs are at
interesting
10.
when you look at the Super Bowl odds that just came out now. The Kansas City Chiefs are 5th. The Bills at plus 450. Ravens plus 550. Packers 700. Eagles 750. And the Chiefs are 12-1. Like, they have the 5th best odds still.
Bet it.
At 0-2 to go win the Super Bowl. I got them at like 8-1 at the start of the season.
Nice.
12-1 now. That's a hell of a bet right there.
You can get them in the division at plus 230.
Really? It's plus money for them to win the division now, huh?
Yeah.
Well, they're technically 2.5 games back, you know?
I understand it, but
but still.
Still, you
It's-
should bet
yeah,
that. They're winning this
absolutely.
division.
Yeah, plus money right there
Come
to
on.
win the West.
There is obviously that comment from Florio, which kind of ties into what we want to talk about, because we heard what Chris Sims had to say on Sunday Night Football, which was they want to get help around Patrick Mahomes. But again, help is on the way. But this was Chris Sims' comments.
It's been tough. It doesn't look great. You heard Devin McCourty. Mahomes is the leading rusher for the second week in a row. Yes, he's making mistakes too, but there's not a lot of help out here right now. You're going to see here, one, this is a little on him. He doesn't feel the blitz. It surprises him. It's not picked up. A big sack early on in the football game. Later on, this has been they can't control the line of scrimmage. Look at this. There's nowhere to go. They can't run the football. They haven't been able to. That's concerning. Here again, protection mistakes and then no separation from anybody downfield. Devin McCourty said it to start the show. There's nobody you're game planning or scared of on Kansas City right now, and Mahomes has too much on his plate.
You buy in or buy out on that?
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. But again, like when we get these wide receivers back, I think everybody's going to have a different impression of this team. And I think, you know, we're in week 2. This is what everybody does. We make our decisions and our judgments based on what we're seeing. And right now, does it look good on the offense? Hell no, it doesn't look good from an offensive standpoint. But then you start to look about maybe why it's not good from an offensive standpoint. And guys, as we've kind of talked through this show now for 3.5 hours, and we had our time yesterday to kind of reset the game and think about all that kind of stuff. But you start to look about why this offense isn't working right now. And I hate to be this guy. A lot of it has to do with Isaiah Pacheco. There are too many bad runs out there already that people are isolating and showing. And not that that matters that we got Twitter journalists out there doing their thing and whatnot, but you know what they're doing? They're actually showing you the play.
We can see it.
Oh, you can see it with your own eyes, and you can make your own judgments by it. And I got one sent to me from somebody in the NFL earlier this morning on the show, and it was Isaiah Pacheco not following his block. Then we saw the one last week where he wouldn't go up the middle and follow his block yet again. Maybe it is him not paying attention with his vision. Maybe it is subconsciously not wanting to go where there's a crowd to get hurt because he did get hurt. Whatever it is, Isaiah Pacheco is not playing effectively enough right now for this offense. And we're complaining about the running game, and we're worried about the running game. To me, in my mind, right now, Isaiah Pacheco needs to get this thing figured out, because there are 2 glaring plays, one in each game, where if he just follows his lineman like he's supposed to, you're in the end zone, and we're probably talking different results right now.
I think Matt Nagy has to give Isaiah Pacheco that Jawan Taylor speech.
He does, yeah, because it works.
Because it worked. Whatever you did, rip into Jawan Taylor, you need to do the same to Isaiah Pacheco. And it can be a little different, you know, not making those mistakes that are maybe setting back the team as far as yards and penalties, but say, hey, man, love you, love what you've done here. Been fantastic these past few years. It's a contract year for you, man. You're a running back. I know you're not stupid. I know you know the way this works. I want to see you in this league for a few years. But I'm telling you what, you putting on those pads, you strapping up, that's going to be done in the next few weeks if you don't get this together.
Right.
It has to happen, man. Has to.
It does. And Matt's probably the guy to deliver it, because
I think so.
He's got that personality of he can do it in a nice way, but still in a firm way as well, make you feel good about how bad you are. But also, but also let you know, hey, dude, like these are the plays. They should isolate every one of those plays and really have a conversation with him. Do you need glasses? And I don't mean that jokingly. I really don't. I don't mean that jokingly. Do you need glasses? Do you understand? Then do you understand the offense? Then you timid? Is it still bothering you from that injury?
Yep. You in your head a little?
Because if it's not 1 and it's not 2, then it has to be 3. 3 is the worst one. Yes. 3 is the absolute worst one.
We can't fix that for
you. We can't fix 3. That's all on you. We can figure out 1 and 2. But number 3, if it is that timid factor, like we talked about earlier in the show, that's my theory on this, just watching the guy run and knowing what guys have to do with injury and battling back and how hard that is, I look at a guy that's timid right now. And so if that's the case, Do we need to just, beat you up in practice a couple of times and let you know it's going to be okay? He has to see that it's going to be okay before it is okay. So I hope it's not number 3, but I do believe it is number 3.
Yeah.
I just believe right now he's very timid because of that injury, and we all would be there.
How much do you want to see the rookie get involved?
I wanted him to see involved from day one, man.
Put him in there. Let's go.
Because I know that receivers kind of get moved into the rhythm a little bit, elongated throughout the season. But a running back, I mean, you need a spark. You definitely need something, and you can't have Patrick Mahomes be your leading rusher for a 4th consecutive game and a third straight. Well, I guess it'd be the 4th straight game. He would be your leading rusher going back to the Super Bowl, going back to week 1 and week 2. Again, Patrick Mahomes has more rushing yards than Jahmyr Gibbs and DeAndre Swift, who are RB1s in their system. And we all know Jahmyr Gibbs and what he's capable of doing. Now, again, 2 weeks, small sample size. But again, shouldn't see Patrick Mahomes' name under there because he's only 1 yard behind Christian McCaffrey and when it comes to rushing yards, which is insane to me. But I think that at this point in your season, 0-2, you're not seeing it from number 10. We know what Kareem Hunt does. He gets the tough yard or 2 yards when he needs it. That's his role. We know that's what his role is. That's why he was brought back on this team. Short goal line presence, 3rd and 1. You would hope 4th and 1 he would have got it last week. Still don't understand that play call. But again, maybe it's time for Smith to get some opportunities. Maybe it's time to maybe use your running back as another pass option, because if you're not getting the time to throw it downfield to guys that aren't getting open, why not start incorporating the sort of plays that Andy Reid would draw up for Jamal Charles with Smith if he is that type of player who was a receiver turned to running back in the NFL? Maybe it's time to incorporate the rookie in the backfield as well.
I don't disagree with that at all. I'm open for anything right now. I thought Brashard Smith would be a big-time, maybe big time's a strong word. I thought we'd see him enough. I thought by week 2 we'd be like, all right, we got ourselves a steal in the 7th round with this guy. Two running backs in a row from the 7th round. But they're not allowing him to go out there and play. There's probably a reason for that, right? He's probably not ready to go out there and play quite yet. And he needs to get ready and get out there and play. But I'm open to anything right now at that running back position. And again, as we've talked about it a lot this morning and then watching the videos of Pacheco, I think it's a fear thing. And that's the best way that I can describe it. We've all been there. Think about when you were a kid and all your buddies are doing bike jumps or whatever it is, and you haven't done that before. They're like, come on, it'll be fine. And you're timid. But then you do it. And you do the jump and you land and you're fine. And then you do it again. And then you do it. And then all of a sudden it becomes normal. It becomes natural. It doesn't become something you're thinking about. That's what Isaiah Pacheco needs. He needs to get his brains beat in between that line, bounce back up, get back to the huddle, and go, oh, yeah, I just ran up the middle and I didn't get hurt. I'm good. He needs to have that success. The brain is a powerful muscle, man.
We said to draft an elusive running back. You did in the 7th round. Now use him.
Give him a shot.
And against the Giants and against a defensive line that's going to be quick.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're going to be coming upfield right over the top of them. Let them go.
I mean, I would love to see it. Mac, you had a question in our rundown from earlier that we didn't get to all of it, which is what else that is bad now will get better with time with this team?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the receivers, right? We know that'll get better in time, but the bad things on this team, right? The O-line, the receivers, the running backs, a lot of the offense, coaching mistakes, the secondary's had some issues. Those are like 5 things that I mentioned that are bad about this team, and I look at it and I'm going, okay, the O-line, I have confidence in them. Josh Simmons has been fantastic.
He's been so good.
He's been fantastic. We know what those 2 guys in the middle are capable of. They've got to step up, but I believe that they will. And Jawan Taylor, he had that talking to. Didn't really hear a peep from him last week. He was good. He was really good last week.
And you were on his side. I felt like the entire time the Chiefs were moving towards that end zone of the Eagles sidelines where Jawan Taylor was closest to you.
Yes, he was
when
right
you were
there.
holding that mic.
Heck yeah, baby.
Did you watch him a lot?
I did.
And?
He was good.
Yeah.
He is really good when he gets the snap off. He's got good point of contact. He's actually pretty quicker than advertised. I think the O-line will improve. The receivers, we know that's going to improve, guys. Xavier Worthy's going to come back. It's going to do wonders. Rashee Rice is going to be, this offense will hum with him. The secondary, I don't know. The coaching, I know will improve. And the running backs, I don't know. That's 3 out of 5 things in my head that I just think of. Okay, I know they haven't looked great right now in the first 2 weeks of the
I
season.
think the coaching will improve. It's
Coaching's going to be
the
coaching's going to be great. By week 3 or week 4, week 5, this coaching will be where it is. It's elite. 3 of those 5 things will be fixed.
So you bring up timid with Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah.
Are you worried you see any of that with Xavier Worthy?
Well, that's a good question.
Great question.
Yeah, that's the thing you don't know. And what about Rashee Rice, too? Like, that's the thing. And I said earlier that I was talking to a guy who's a scout in baseball and has been there for like 100 years, right? He lives here, scouts for another team. And we were talking about the Chiefs because that's what everybody's talking about. And he's like, are you concerned about, Worthy coming back after missing an entire year? And this was yesterday afternoon. And I'm like, I don't really think so. And then the more I think about the Pacheco thing and whatnot, and then or the Rice coming back after a year, both of those guys, I think any injured guy in the NFL has to be in that category of they need to get hit, they need to see it, they need to have that success before they fully believe that they're okay and they're ready to go. Because all of these guys know how much they've been through. It's like you lost a lot of weight, Dusty. I've lost a lot of weight over the years. When you lose that weight, you don't want to put it back on. You have that fear of gaining it back. And once you see yourself for a year or 2 years not put that weight back on, then you feel a little bit more at ease. It's not that stressor every single time. Or maybe you stop drinking or quitting smoking or whatever it is, and you need to see that success for an extended period of time before you fully believe in yourself. And I think that's where kind of guys are in the NFL. We hear a lot about these guys. The trust of that knee, the trust of that Achilles, the trust of that leg, or the I don't want to rehab again because I went through it. Just like, I don't want to lose another 100 pounds, so I'm not going to put it back on. I don't want to rehab again. I don't want to get hurt again because I don't want to deal with an entire year of trying to get better. So there's a lot of that does factor in. It's just stuff we don't consider as sports fans a lot.
I just worry about what makes Xavier Worthy great, and that's those crossing routes.
Yeah, I know, you're right.
And those quick little catch and go, because, I mean, he's not going to be able to have the full,
range of motion, yeah.
Right, because he's going to be locked in with that device that you're going to
brace.
The good thing about him is he hasn't rehabbed for a year, and gone through the trials and the rigors of rehabbing and trying to get back and missing everything. It's a week. So hopefully that part will be okay with Xavier.
Because he's going to look like your tight end in Tennessee.
Chigakonkwo?
Number 87. He had that same sort of like shoulder device on his arm. We were watching the Tennessee game.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's because somebody's like, it came up to us and they're like, really? Xavier Worthy's going to be back next week? I was like, that's what they say. And I don't think they'd be saying this if they didn't think that he'd be back, especially against the Giants, where you'd be like, we could probably win that game without Xavier Worthy. We're 0-2.
We don't
have that talk anymore. Yep. It's a must-win game. 100% whether you look at it.
100% a must-win game. Yeah.
And I can promise you that's what it is. And I am worried about contact with Xavier Worthy.
I get it.
And I think that merits that. And if I'm worried, I wonder if he's worried, because if we use Temid for Isaiah Pacheco, what are the routes going to be? How many plays have been taken out because of that injury, and how many plays have been added in? We'll find out. Obviously, they think he's going to be playing this week.
It's a fair thing to wonder about. Like, especially, all right, first play of the game, X, you got to go across the middle, right? Here comes Travis is on the other side, by the way. Please don't hit me, Mr. Kelsey.
Somebody says on the text line, what about calling Tampa Bay about Rashard White?
Been saying it for weeks, man. Do it.
They are using Bucky all day. Although,
time.
Right on cue, who scored the game-winning touchdown last night?
He looked great last night when they used him. White did.
Bam, right in the middle. Tampa Bay wins.
He's from this area. He's a great pass-catching back. They've got other good running backs in Bucky and Sean Tucker. Call Tampa Bay.
But you know what? You need three. Like, what's the incentive for Tampa right now to trade a running back
we'll
with all these
Pacheco,
injuries?
Or?
We'll give you Pacheco, thanks. Throw in a Hochaver and Francoeur, too, while you're at it,
Real quickly before we go to break, who's the signing of the offseason you want to see play more this week? Elijah Mitchell?
Or
Damn.
Is he still around?
Or Jalen Moore?
Never heard of him.
Forgot about him. Like, get him in the game.
Yeah, I'd say Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
I'll give Kingsley one more chance.
Okay. Baby, give me
Because
one
here's the other thing. Maybe
chance.
Kingsley is doing what he's supposed to do, but his running back isn't doing what he's supposed to do. It makes him look bad.
hard to judge.
Yeah, it is.
We'll wrap the show up on the other side, but first, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL games live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com and /NFL to get started today. We'll get back into it on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Chris Jones, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, let me tell you about my friends over at the Sheet Metal Workers #2. These guys are awesome. They give out checks every single week during the football season to the booster clubs of their teams for their game of the week. $1,500 a week, $750 to each school every Friday. That's a huge give back that the Sheet Metal Workers are doing right now, right here in Kansas City. And not only are they giving back to the schools, they're also giving you the opportunity to join a great organization and find yourself an amazing career. Their pre-apprenticeship program is a paid opportunity that starts at $24.55 an hour and increases to $27.27 an hour after 3 months. Plus, you're going to get family health coverage at no cost to the employee. That sounds awesome, right? Then once you complete that program, first-year apprentices begin earning $30 per hour. And the Sheet Metal Workers do so much, from industrial sheet metal to HVAC installation, service, and repair to architectural sheet metal. They've created the top of Bartle Hall, the Kaufman Performing Arts Center, and the iconic crown at Kaufman Stadium. So get in touch with these guys now at sheetmetal2.org, because Smart Local 2 welcomes everyone from seasoned professionals to those with no experience. They offer career training, job security, and a path to advancement, all while providing the tools and support you need. So check them out now and sign up for that apprenticeship program at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org.
I'm McCall with Lee Summit Subaru, and it's time to make a big deal out of nothing. Announcing Lee Summit Subaru's 0% event. Up to 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models for 72 months. And we have the largest selection of Subaru certified vehicles in Kansas City, starting as low as 1.9% for 72 months.
0% event and a lifetime warranty. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Based on January 2025 through June 2025 Kansas City inventory listings.
Hi, I'm Sam Silvio with M. Shamus Brazilian Grill in the village of Burlington Creek. Holidays will be here before you know it, and M. Shamus is ready to get a jingle from you. From our all-you-can-eat hot and cold gourmet salad bar to our 12 cuts of beef, lamb, pork, or chicken. Go to mshamus.com to order our famous Brazilian glazed holiday hams in advance, or set a holiday party date for a table of 1 to a party of 100. Go to mshamus.com and discover the joy of dining.
It's football season and snacking season, and nothing goes better with football and snacking better than Daisy Dips. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are a game changer. From chips to wings to veggies, they all go better with Daisy Dips. And I love dipping pretzels into the Daisy French onion dip. It's amazing. And the best part, these are delicious as homemade dips because they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Look for Daisy Dips at a grocery store near you.
For Omnicon Productions and Amazon Radio, this spot is titled Lord of the Loves. It is for U.S. English lead up and it's 30 seconds. The ISCI number is 4AMD3123000.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
One day closer to Sunday, right?
Just got a text from a buddy of mine. He goes, been a great week already. It's only Tuesday, 35-0 Chiefs. Let's go.
Let's go. There we go. We're back.
I got a DM from our friend Mr. Austin Sr. on the X.
Hello,
and he
Austin.
says, I know you guys have heard of Wi-Fi. Well, I present to you MoFi. Move on from Isaiah.
That's fantastic. Yes, I would like very good MoFi.
But
please.
it's funny. It's really fun. Like, I hate to
That
be
is
this guy, but we said this the day he was drafted. It wasn't going to be long. Maximize everything you can. And they probably did out of a 7th-round draft pick, right?
Hell yeah.
A 7th-round running back, we probably got everything we could get out of a 7th-round running back. And even more, guys. I mean, what we got out of Isaiah Pacheco, everything else has probably been gravy because of where he was drafted. And I know Brett did a great job on him. Everybody kind of forgot about him with the COVID and all that kind of stuff. But this is the life cycle of a running back. We're experiencing it live with one of our guys, so it makes it easier when we say, I'm not signing that guy 3 years prior. You understand why, because this is where we are right now with him. The injury is mounted up, and now he can't figure things out.
What percentage chance would you give that we see Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, and Rashee Rice on the field at the same time?
Wait, say that again?
What percentage chance would you give that this year we see Hollywood, Worthy, and Rice all on the field at the same time?
Oh, I think that's pretty good. I mean, save yourself from obvious injury, but I'm thinking week 7, that should happen.
Yeah.
Should.
I'm going to go 80%.
Wow.
What do you guys think of Hollywood Brown so far?
I think it's one of the worst signings that Brett Veach has made.
I mean, how much is he getting paid?
I mean, he's been injured since he's been here.
Right.
He had a pretty decent game in that game where the injury happened. Didn't see much of him in last week's game where I thought maybe he would step up and show something. And just hasn't really done anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I'm kind of feeling like
he's kind of giving me DeAndre Hopkins vibes.
He had 10 for 100 last week, guys.
99.
Come on.
Yeah.
But
come on.
But again, this
This
is where stats don't tell the story. Like, that's 10 for 99 sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember any of them.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember him because he had the deep ball that he almost scored on. But you would think that
should have scored on that. That was ridiculous.
Whose fault that he didn't score?
He's not a wide receiver one.
Sure, I know he's not.
No, yeah. But again, maybe that's why, too, playing out of position, he's probably better as a 3. It's like when your number 3 all of a sudden has to become your number 1 starter. That's a guy who was 3 going into the year. We can't expect him to be a Cy Young at the top of the rotation.
I mean, if you'd have told me that Juju would have been more productive than Hollywood Brown, I would have laughed in your face.
I would have, too, yeah.
But he hasn't been.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, he hasn't been.
I know.
Juju hasn't been more productive?
In 2 weeks than Hollywood Brown? No.
I'm talking about since he's been here.
Well, yeah, Hollywood got hurt. Yeah, I mean, Hollywood got hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
and I was told that Hollywood doesn't always get hurt. That's a fake story.
It's true, and you guys believed me because I was correct. Because you look at the games played. It's
the
true.
games.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're getting spicy. I'm not disagreeing
No
with
one's
you.
spicy. I'm
but
just saying.
Juju has been more productive than Hollywood Brown. And I'm saying
in
that
the games they've played, absolutely not. But yes, overall, for sure, he's been on the field. He had 200 yards last year in 16 games. Not like Juju's been good,
right?
But yeah, I think Hollywood. Hollywood. When the Chiefs acquired and Brett Veach acquired Hollywood Brown, I thought we were getting a different player. I do agree with that. He's not the same player he was 3 years ago because of the injuries. More than likely, he's not a wide receiver 2 anymore, but he's a damn good wide receiver 3. And when he is that in week 7, you'll see.
Yeah, and that's, again, there you go, miscast right now.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't take away from the fact of, like, I don't know. It's just, You know when you see something and you're not really sold on it, and you're looking and you're just like, what am I really looking at? Like I can't put my finger on it. That's kind of where I am with Hollywood Brown. It's not like it's a negative thing. It's just like, I don't know. I just kind of maybe expected more. But again, when you're injured for an entire year and you don't play, it leaves you wanting more. You know? I don't know. I just feel like I wanted it. I'm with you. I was just kind of it was a good meal, but it wasn't great.
And again, some of it's unfair. I mean, obviously the injury is there, but then he came back in the playoff run. I didn't really see a lot of Hollywood Brown when he came back from the injury, especially in the playoff run. Didn't see a lot of five out there. With Xavier Worthy's emergence, I obviously understand the new toy is nice to play with a lot more than maybe something that you're trying to get back into the motion. And then last week's game, I thought maybe we would have an opportunity to see Hollywood Brown be the veteran receiver on the field, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And again, that's a good Philly defense. But, I mean, it wasn't there. And I understand that there are some people out there that think it's unfair that he's the better receiver the receiver that we would have gotten out of Hollywood Brown should have been mixed in with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. And we haven't seen that. Like, we just haven't seen it due to injuries. So maybe week 7, my mind changes. But right now, I'm massively disappointed with the production that we've gotten out of Hollywood Brown, especially coming into this year where training camp every day it was like, well, he's got an injury in his ankle. Well, this is it. And then last week I was like, are you kidding? He's limping off the field. Mm-hmm. Here we go again. And now we're into week 3 against the Giants. And again, Xavier Worthy will be banged up, not 100%, won't be 100% the rest of the season, won't be 80% the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. But again, I would like to see him use this veteran sort of mentality with Patrick Mahomes, who we've always said it doesn't matter how good you are at receiver, Mahomes will elevate you. We have yet to see Hollywood Brown be elevated by Patrick Mahomes, and most of that blame is on Hollywood Brown.
And also, too, there's a couple of things here, and we're all guilty of this, right? If his name was Ron Brown, we probably wouldn't expect a lot. His name's Hollywood Brown. We all recognize the name. And so we all expect Hollywood Brown to be that guy that we saw at Oklahoma or even in Baltimore when they're naming him Hollywood Brown. Why am I drawing him? Gus Johnson is yelling Hollywood Brown because he's from Hollywood, Florida, and giving him that nickname, right? Like, that's the image that we see. But as he gets older, just like all of us, you slow down, especially in professional sports. And so maybe from my standpoint, maybe my expectations aren't in line with what I should be expecting. But, I just feel like, I don't know. I want more. That's it. Not a bad thing, but
no, I get it. I watched a play from him a couple years ago at Baltimore, and it's clearly he is not the same player. I mean, he made a man miss and ran for another 30 yards after the catch. He was a great athlete. He's just not that anymore. He's good. He's a good player. He's got good hands. He knows where to be on the field. He's had 4 catches on 3rd and short this year. Not one of them have gone for a first down. I don't think Hollywood Brown is without fault. There have been cases where it's like, dude, run forward. Come on, get past the sticks. Know where you are. So, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I had a couple of those the other day. But I think this is, again, a good lesson for all of us here in Kansas City. When I get drugged for saying trade Travis Kelce, it's getting out early on guys as opposed to staying too late. I was talking to a friend of mine about that yesterday, about, trading guys, getting out early and whatnot. And sometimes, like, New England was great at that, right? The only one they failed on was Tom Brady. They should have got out early on Belichick, but they didn't. But they got out early on their players, and it worked, right? That's what happened. It worked, and you knew that they were going to do that. And I think Chiefs fans and fans in general in sports, we see the name, and we never factor in age. We just expect these guys to be as good as they were at 25 at 35. We're seeing the age with Travis right now. It's obvious, right? It's okay. Guy's 35 years old. It happens. We get old, we slow down. And that's why I always say, and people get so mad, you want to cut that guy. Yeah, I'd rather get out early than see what we got with number 10 right now.
So I said 80%. What's your chance, Bob?
That they all play? Oh, nothing's 100%, but I'm up there 99%, save an injury,
Dusty, you?
60.
Yeah, so when I said 80, you were like, whoa.
Yeah.
So you think someone's going to get hurt?
I just don't. Yes.
I mean, it's
100%
writing on the wall, right? I mean, it happens. It's the NFL. You're probably got better odds than I do, but I'm thinking positive here.
We're still 4 weeks away from Rashee Rice even being on the field.
Yeah.
And we're bringing Xavier Worthy back 1 week after the labrum injury. And then Hollywood Brown was hurt in training camp, and he limped off the field at least 1 point in this game last week.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to put it at 60%. I mean, I think that's fair.
That's fair. No,
I think you're right.
No, I'm stupid. I'm putting a big number out there because, Going into the season, there were some conversations happening behind the scenes with, all this kind of stuff that was going on. And one of the common themes that I heard from a lot of people within the organization around the NFL was that they're excited that they're going to have a full complement for Patrick for the first time in a long time. And that didn't happen. Here we are. And so the best laid plans, sometimes they don't materialize, And so now we just have to hope for the best. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hope for the best that everybody stays healthy. We get everybody back and let's roll.
Ron Brown was fast. He went to college at Pittsburgh State. Shout out Binkley. From the 303, Hollywood Brown should be Dollywood Brown now. Okay.
Nice.
Well, go do something nice for somebody today, tomorrow, whenever you can. It definitely helps. It can change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe, stay groovy. Coming up next, Cody Golden Drew. From 10 until 2. We'll talk to you tomorrow here on 96.5 The Fan.
This is Voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening